Judy.
Welcome to the City Council's May 10th regular City Council meeting. This is a hybrid meeting with City Council, city staff, and members of the public participating in City Council chambers in accordance with public health guidelines for in-person meetings and participating remotely to promote social distancing in this federal, state, and local emergency. I would like to introduce City Council members and staff present in the City Council chambers. Councilmember Drew Combs, City Council Member Ray Mueller, Interim City Manager Justin Murphy, City Clerk Judy Heron. City Council members and staff participating remotely are Vice Mayor Jen Willison, City Council Member Cecilia Taylor, City Attorney Nira Doherty. City Clerk Heron, would you please provide instructions to the City Council and members of the public on how the meeting will proceed?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Nash. So again, echoing a welcome to our May 10th regular City Council meeting. At this time, we ask our virtual participants to remain off screen until you have a question or require clarification, or to make presentations, you can engage that webcam. For members of the public who wish to provide public comment, after the mayor calls for public comment on that item, we ask that you engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you are calling in from a landline or a cell phone, you can press *9 at that time. That concludes my introductions. Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. Agenda review. Agenda review provides advance notice to members of the public and city staff of any modifications to the agenda order and any requests from City Council members under City Council member reports. Does the City Council wish to pull or modify any agenda item? City Clerk Heron, do we have any public comments on items D1 or D2?
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on our proclamations, item D1, recognizing May 2022 as Bike Month, or D2, proclamation recognizing May Mental Health Month, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9 now. And Frida, I do see that your hand is up. I will be promoting you to accept the proclamation after the mayor reads it, and you can make your comments at that time. Perfect, thank you. So this will be the final call for public comment on our proclamations, items D1 and D2. Seeing none, Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. The first proclamation, D1 proclamation, recognizing May 2022 as Bike Month is, whereas National Bike Month was established in 1956 to recognize the month of May as an annual recognition of bicycling as a convenient, fun, popular, and healthy form of transportation in the United States, and whereas the City of Menlo Park acknowledges that biking to work, school, shops, parks, libraries, or just wherever is an integral commute mode in the multimodal transportation network, which alleviates traffic congestion, reduces air pollution, and decreases fuel consumption. And whereas Bike to Wherever days have proven effective in promoting adults and children to bicycle and educating residents about the environmental importance of biking regularly. And whereas the City of Menlo Park encourages its residents and visitors to bike in order to improve air quality and promote the health benefits of cycling. And whereas the City of Menlo Park Safe Routes to School program encourages children to bicycle and walk to school to develop lifelong skills and independence. And whereas the Bay Area will participate in the 11th annual National Bike to School Day on Wednesday, May 4th, 2022, and the 28th annual Bike to Work Wherever Day event on Friday, May 20th, 2022, partnering with local bike coalitions, public school districts, private schools, and nonprofit agencies in promoting a month-long message that bicycling is a fun, healthy, and environmentally viable form of transportation. And Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that I, Betsy Nash, Mayor of the City of Menlo Park, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of May 2022 Bike Month in the City of Menlo Park. I'd now like to introduce Complete Streets Commission Chair Sally Cole to accept the proclamation.
Hello, Mayor Nash. This is Sally Cole. I'm the chair of the Complete Streets Commission. And on behalf of the commission, I'm delighted to receive the proclamation. And I thank Mayor Nash and the whole City Council for supporting and encouraging bike safety and biking in Menlo Park and making May Bike Month. So let's get biking. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Our second proclamation tonight is D2, Proclamation, May Mental Health Month. Whereas mental health conditions are one of the most common health conditions worldwide, and the COVID-19 pandemic has triggered a 25% increase in the prevalence of anxiety and depression. And whereas last year, the US Surgeon General issued a health advisory on the youth mental health crisis that is further exposed by the COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas 1 out of every 24 Californians with a serious mental health condition have difficulty functioning in everyday life, and if left untreated, have life expectancies 25 years shorter than the general population. And whereas every day, millions of people face stigma related to mental health and substance use conditions and may feel isolated and alone, going years before receiving any help. And whereas mental health and substance use conditions are treatable health conditions, and people who have mental health and substance use conditions can recover and lead full and meaningful lives. And whereas this year's May Mental Health Month theme, #SMC Take Action for Mental Health, encourages everyone to take actionable steps towards addressing mental health and substance use conditions with the overarching goal to support mental wellness. And whereas Menlo Park has joined the San Mateo County Mayor's Mental Health Initiative, where mayors across the 20 cities in San Mateo County have come together with the mission of promoting awareness and access to mental health resources in their communities. And whereas the Menlo Park City Council wishes to increase the public's knowledge of signs and symptoms of mental health and substance use conditions, professional and self-help resources, and self-care practices. And now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of Menlo Park, State of California, thereof concurring that the City of Menlo Park hereby recognizes May 2022 as Mental Health Awareness Month to enhance public awareness of mental health, to help end the stigma and direct members of the community to resources and support for mental health and substance use conditions. I'd like to welcome Commissioner Frida Edshed, San Mateo County Health, from the San Mateo County Mental Health Substance Abuse Recovery Commission. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mayor Nash and esteemed members of the City Council and members of the public for your leadership in acknowledging such a vital recognition during a pivotal time. My toddler, speaking of Bike Month, just learned how to bike today, actually. Keo, honey, can you go outside, Papa? Okay. My name, as was mentioned, is Frida Edshed. I'm on the San Mateo County Mental Health and Substance Abuse Recovery Commission and also chair of the Children and Youth Services Committee for clear reasons. It's really an honor and a responsibility that I accept this proclamation in recognition of May 2022 being Mental Health Month. Like many, mental health is more than a topic to me. I am a person in recovery from an eating disorder that ruled me and controlled me for 15 years and kept me from living authentic and whole. It manifested in the form of everything from restriction to bulimia to compulsive overeating. And when I was at my lowest low, where I thought that that was what my life was going to be. Through the support of others, sharing experience in small sustained actions with a foundation of support, I was able to recover. And that's the thing about mental health and substance use conditions, is that we do and we can recover. For those of you that are struggling, please visit SMC mentalhealthmonth.org for a number of events, resources that are available, groups. Know that you're not alone. If you're lonely, reach out. If you're anxious, engage your physical senses, move your body, pray, meditate. If you're angry, find a safe outlet. If you're tired, sleep. If you're lonely, if you're hungry, eat. I know these sound very rudimentary, but they really can be truly transformative, especially when there's an infrastructure of support. So thank you everyone so much for taking the time. I will withhold further comments and encourage everyone to follow the hashtag SMC Mental Health, also SMC Take Action for MH. And thank you again, Mayor Nash, and to the City Council. We look forward to partnering on this very important issue in the months to come.
Thank you very much, and thank you for sharing your story. Our final presentation is D3, presentation update on West Bay Sanitary's District water reclamation efforts in Menlo Park. To introduce the item is West Bay Sanitary District Manager Sergio Ramirez and Senior Principal with Woodard and Curran, Dave Richardson.
Hello, good evening, City Council. Thank you for your time this evening. My name is Sergio Ramirez. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your time this evening. My name is Sergio Ramirez. I'm the General Manager here at West Bay Sanitary District. And the purpose for our presentation is to provide the current City Council an update on our water reclamation efforts here in Menlo Park. As you may be aware, West Bay Sanitary District has been serving the community of Menlo Park and Atherton since 1902. In 2014 or so, we began servicing the community with reclaimed water. Here with me today to help present is Dave Richardson with Woodard and Curran. And we'd like to, yeah, there he is. I see him there. We'd like to give the council an update on our water reclamation efforts here.
All right, thank you, Sergio and Nikki. We really appreciate you advancing the slides of our presentation. So if you could go to the next slide, please, that would be great. We have a brief presentation for you tonight and would very much appreciate any questions that you have and discussion at the end. What we would like to come out of this discussion with is a sense of direction for the next time we come back to you, which would be to enter into a memorandum of understanding between West Bay Sanitary District and the City of Menlo Park for West Bay to be the purveyor of recycled water in the Bayfront area. So we'll talk about our collaboration, history of collaboration together. We'll talk a little bit about the Bayfront project. You probably are very familiar with the area, a number of the developments happening there. We'll talk about how the recycled water will fit in and integrate with that. We'll go over the recycled water demands and potential customers for the recycled water in that area, a little bit about funding and the support from the community and relevant agencies, and then be available for question and answer. Next slide. Menlo Park and West Bay have been collaborating for a long time on the recycled water development. We really started working hard in about 2014 and worked together to develop the recycled water project at Sharon Heights. We are committed to increasing the use of recycled water and offsetting potable water so that it can be used for human consumption and really just for the community, as opposed to being dedicated to landscape irrigation. Our efforts have included the Sharon Heights project, which is complete and operating, and the Bayfront Recycled Water Project, which is the subject of tonight's presentation. We have been installing recycled water distribution pipelines in advance We've actually got one in Chilco Street that's ready to be connected up once this project moves forward. Another one that just got installed on Ringwood, and we'll show you a picture or a map of that. The city and West Bay have been collaborating in the past actively for developing the Sharon Heights project. We have an existing memorandum of understanding which defines West Bay as the purveyor up in the Sharon Heights area, and we'll show you a map of that. The city's on-site water management requirements are positively driving recycling. They're right now have helped Facebook develop their own on-site system for MPK 21 and 22, but now it looks like the even more efficient and effective way that will manifest itself is in a regional recycled water facility, which will allow multiple buildings and developments to use recycled water in a collective manner. The city's support for the Bayfront project is crucial to the success of that project. And of course, the West Bay recycled water projects are included in the City of Menlo Park's water management plans, the urban water management plan documents, and really part of Menlo Park's water future. Next slide. So just a little bit about the Sharon Heights facility. You can see, hopefully, the slide is big enough, the map is big enough, but essentially what the Sharon Heights project does is intercepts wastewater from the sewer line at Oak Avenue, and right as Oak meets Santa Cruz Avenue, just across from the Stanford Golf Course, right below the big intersection with Sand Hill. We have a small pump station that's actually below grade in the circle there next to Oak Avenue, and the wastewater is pumped up Sand Hill Road in an underground pipeline up to the Sharon Heights facility. The Sharon Heights facility, as you can see right there, built mostly of concrete and steel, and nestles nicely into the hillside there alongside the 280 on-ramp. We began, it's about 500,000 gallons per day, or 500,000 gallons per day capacity. It began operating in July of 2020, right in the middle of the pandemic, and has delivered 54 million gallons of recycled water this last irrigation season, offsetting potable water in Menlo Park and meeting the city's goals for that potable water use. Next slide. This is, if you can picture this 280 and Sand Hill Road interchange is right in the middle of this diagram. This is the map that we developed with the city working together. The green area is the area for where the golf course is, and golf course being irrigated. We haven't implemented phase 2 or phase 3 of this effort yet. There's enough water only to irrigate the golf course. And but eventually, if Stanford Linear Accelerator Center is able to use water in the off-peak some non-summer months, then we've got a pipeline right at their front door ready to go in and use on the SLAC site, as well as potential use for some of the HOAs as water is available in the future. But this is the kind of thing we'll be bringing back to you as a map of the Bayfront area where West Bay would have the ability to recycle or to purvey recycled water. Next slide. So this is what we're looking at in Bayfront, and you're very familiar with this area. It's the formerly known as Connect Menlo. It is the area that's currently being developed with a number of projects, which we'll talk about in just a moment. The capacity of the plant that we would propose putting out on West Bay land, right adjacent to Bedwell Park, and the former treatment plant site that West Bay that was once operated is where this recycled water facility would go. It would have a capacity of up to 0.6 MGD with the ability to expand in the future if there is a demand for that water. The facility plan was completed in May 2019. We did the environmental document and it was submitted in May of 2021. So about a year ago, and then we've been in the permitting phase for this last year. The recycled water distribution system would be done in 3 phases. The first phase is what you can see on the map in purple, which would be primarily focused on getting to the signature Willow Village development, and then to other developments in the Bayfront area. Eventually, there could be the opportunity to go into a second phase, And we're showing this is all within the City of Menlo Park Municipal Water District area. Just for comparison, Cal Water Service is shown in that yellowish golden color. So we're proposing the phases would be in Menlo Park service area. And then eventually perhaps even up into and close to where you are sitting tonight, near City Hall and the West Bay headquarters. So those would be future phases, but the phase we're focused on right now is phase 1. Next slide. Just to zoom in then a little bit closer to where the project would be, we would intercept the wastewater at right next to the Menlo Park pump station, which is the facility that pumps the wastewater from Menlo Park to Redwood City for regional treatment. So we would intercept it there out of the sewer line, pump it with a small pump station to the treatment plant site, which is right next to the flow equalization basin that West Bay uses during peak flow events. We would site the recycled water facility there. We would have a small storage tank, and it would be protected by the Ecotone slope levee that is shown in turquoise there. A distribution line is in yellow and would get out to the Constitution Drive. It would connect up to the pipe that's already in the ground on Chilco, cutting over and getting to Willow Village as our first anchor customer. And then we would pick up other customers along the way as the developments were developed and put into place. But we would make sure there was easy access to that pipeline for future developments. We've talked to Willow Village about putting some storage tanks on their property. They've included that in their environmental documentation, and those are shown on the layout here. Next slide. So in the future, once this project is in, we would have the ability potentially to not only, well, first of all, connect to the Menlo Park Community Campus that is included in this phase. It's already, the pipelines are all ready to go, and all they're waiting for is for us to build our facility and the connection. They're putting the pipelines right in right now so that that water can be served. In the future, we have a pipeline that we've already put in Ringwood Avenue, and that is the dashed orange line. And then we would be able to extend the service down all the way, potentially as far as the SRI site right near City Hall. Next slide. Just to give you an idea of where we're talking about, we would be intercepting the wastewater at that site right at the corner of Marsh Road and Bayfront Expressway, making sure that's a low profile site as you drive in that area. It would be, the pump station itself would be below grade, so you would not see it. You would just see the electrical box that would control it. And then the pipeline would go along that bedwell access road up to the site. We've shown a layout here of the main facilities. Those are in the background. The existing abandoned treatment plant facilities would be left in place, or torn, would be removed where they're in the way of where the new facilities would go. But aeration basins, a place for reverse osmosis in case we in the future need to remove any salinity. We'd have a place for color removal, just to make sure that if there's any tint to the water that makes it less appealing for toilet flushing, we would be able to remove color so that it was completely clear water. And that is, that's the layout proposed. Next slide. Just then to review the major developments that we have been talking to, right at the top, of course, and the largest, and our first anchor customer would be Willow Village. And you can see the amount of square footage. The dwelling units are shown for interest. We would not be providing recycled water to dwelling units. We would be providing it to the office space. It would be used for both landscape irrigation as well as toilet flushing and some air conditioning, cooling tower type uses, but not in inside residences. We've also got SRI as a future, so that's not emphasized in purple, but 1, 2, 3 Independence, Commonwealth, et cetera, are the main developments that we have been eyeing as our first group of customers, and they would be buying into the facility and getting their share, proportionate share of the cost, as well as a commitment to to the water that would be available. Next slide. So to give you an idea of the demands, as I mentioned, 0.6 MGD or 600,000 gallons per day. So almost half of that would be taken up by Willow Village, right from the get-go. And then the Menlo Park Community Campus would be also a very important customer, not as big, of course. And then we would be adding planned developments and then other developments as they come along. And then eventually, if we don't completely use all the capacity, we would make that water available to the existing demands for recycled water that are in the Bayfront area that are already being served by potable water and are not conditioned to need to be required to take water. But if we were able to offer it at a competitive price, we would be more than willing to connect them up as well. Next slide. So we have funding and support. We've got a state revolving loan fund application completed and into the state. We completed it in December of 2021, and we've got all of our environmental documentation and follow-up federal requirements met and in place at the SRF as of May of this year. We do have a grant from the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation to finance about half of the Ecotone Levee. And we have letters of support from you, from Silicon Valley Clean Water, SFEI, the San Francisco Estuary Institute, and Save the Bay. We also then would be looking for to pay off that state revolving loan fund with the development contributions as we bring developers on board. And we're working with Signature right now on developing a funding MOU to get them ready, willing, and signed up as soon as they are able to make that commitment, and that should be very soon. And next slide. That concludes our formal presentation, and we are looking forward to any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much. City Clerk Sharon, do we have any public comments on item D3?
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on item D3, presentation, update on West Bay Sanitary District's water reclamation efforts in Menlo Park, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9 now. And our first speaker will be Greg Vance, followed by Eileen McLaughlin.
Okay, start.
Greg, it looks like we're able to hear you.
Okay, you are. Mayor Nash and the City Council, I appreciate your time this evening. My name is Greg Vance. I'm a resident here in Menlo Park and have been for 22 years. I've also been a member at Sharon Heights since 2008. I've been extremely fortunate in that time to have worked very closely with West Bay on the public-private partnership for the Recycled Water Project, which Dave Richardson spoke to earlier. This has been a really successful partnership that has culminated in relieving the community's demand on municipal water for 65 million gallons annually in the initial phase here as it's been allocated to the golf course. So we're very pleased with that. And certainly the job that West Bay has done, as they will do with the Bayfront project, would expect to be really successful. My motivations for speaking to the council tonight are to inform them of our plans to expand the wastewater shed for our recycled water facility that's run by West Bay. That is going to come online in the summer of 2023. And the effect of that is that we will fundamentally at that point, through a loan mechanism through the SRF, be able to produce roughly 180 million gallons of very high quality Title 22 recycled water through this facility. The demands that we have for the golf course account for roughly 70 to 75 million gallons. which leaves another 100+ million gallons of recycled water that we are very eager to see allocated to the community to offset the demand on municipal water. Given that we are in what some are calling a mega drought, and given the growing footprint of residents here in Menlo Park, we would love to help offset the pressure on the municipal water system by finding a way to partner with the city on the excess recycled water that we'll be generating. So would welcome a chance to have further discussions with the city if there's interest. We certainly have a close approximation with Sharon Park and could easily transfer high volumes of water to make available to the city and its uses elsewhere so that the entire community can benefit from this resource. So I appreciate your time and consideration this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Eileen McLaughlin.
Good evening, Mayor Nash, members of council. I'm Eileen McLaughlin. I represent the Citizens Committee to Complete the Refuge. I'm speaking here tonight. It's the first time I've had the opportunity to hear West Bay Sanitary District present on their project. So wanted to attend tonight and hear what they had to say. Citizens Committee has been deeply involved with Menlo Park's shoreline from really the beginning of the Salt Pond project on in 2003, 2004. And I have been happy to have many working projects with the city since that time. Our organization has been deeply involved also in shoreline projects for decades, since the founding of the refuge in 1972. I wanted to kind of mention tonight that I don't, the district hasn't mentioned its specific timeline. It is talking about being in the permitting process, and I know the Corps of Engineers issued its public notice for the timeline for a project that is about the levees that would protect this project from sea level rise and provide for FEMA standards. I just want to say that those processes can take much longer than any applicant anticipates. And it affects the progress that this makes. Now, we're totally in favor of recycled water anywhere in the Bay. As environmentalists, we know the reality of it. But at this time, this project is probably very dependent on how the pace of those goes. So I would suggest that kind of be kept in mind and maybe become something that is transparent so everybody understands where the process is. That's kind of the main thought I had in mind to share with you tonight. And I would hope that the city and West Bay can be working with more clarity on those kinds of partnerships and understanding of what's happening. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. So this will be the final call for public comment on item D3. Seeing no further hands raised, Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. And I will now open for City Council discussion. I guess the first thing I would like to do is actually ask for an overview of the timeline for the levees protecting the project in the salt ponds.
So we are anticipating, we're finishing up some permitting with the Army Corps now. And we're anticipating starting construction in the fall of this year, and the construction would happen over the next 2 years. Permitting is looking very promising. We will be conducting a second alternative analysis. So we've already done one through the secret process. The Army Corps has asked us to look for or to conduct a secondary analysis. Right after we complete the secondary analysis, they should be ready to issue permits. Once the Army Corps issues these permits, everybody else falls in line. So we've come up with a good compromise to the Ecotone Levee, potentially bringing some of the Ecotone levee and the habitat onto our property, which is one thing that that they had asked for. So we're hoping to compromise on that and get an issue permit pretty quickly. So we're looking for about 2 years, and we should be finished. Could go into 2.5, but no more than that. All goes well.
Thank you. Are there any city council members? Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. I just wanted to follow up and see if the timeline can be provided in writing, if possible.
Yes, we have a construction schedule. So yes, we can put that. We can get that out to the city and staff.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I guess I would just like, could you provide any more comments, please, as far as how just how the project will be dealing with sea level rise? That is a huge concern, and we've had letters from several organizations expressing their concern about that. So just whatever you can provide, whatever information you can provide would be helpful.
Well, our plan currently is to protect the site of the retired treatment plant. The treatment plant once operated from 1952 to about 1982. And since then, we've used it as a flow equalization basin. So basically, when the regional treatment plant over at Redwood Shores can't handle the flow due to rain events or planned maintenance, they divert Menlo Park's flow and basically the district's flow over to the flow equalization site. So it's imperative that we protect that site to avoid any cross-contamination between the bay and the wastewater. The secondary benefit is that once we protect that site, we'll be able to use the site to build the Bayfront Recycled Water Facility. We are planning to raise the levees to protect the site all the way around the site to a 15-foot elevation. So the site will be protected. That's really our primary concern. We don't have any plans to go further down the entrance to Bayfront Bedwell Park, but our key and our motive is to protect that site.
And I'd just like to add, from the engineering perspective, we'll make sure that, first of all, appreciate Ms. McLaughlin's comments. We really want to be very transparent in terms of our schedule and any obstacles that come in the way of that. But we'll make sure that all of the facilities for the recycled water facility are up at an elevation to protect from anticipated sea level rise.
And what sort of time frame are you using? The 100-year flood zone, or what level?
Sergio, do you know the level?
Yes, it is to protect against the 100-year flood. And we are aiming for, of course, FEMA certification.
Thank you. And are there any other levies that need to be tied into this to make it all work, or is yours a standalone? And I apologize for these questions. I'm just learning about this.
Yeah, no, it's okay. So the Bedwell Bayfront Park on the backside and adjacent to our facility is high enough that I don't think much needs to be done there. but it will eventually tie to a levee system that PG&E and Facebook or Meta is doing on the other side, on the southern side. What's in question right now is what do we do on the near the Atherton Channel side and the entrance to the Bayfront Park. You know, somebody has to protect that side, and I'm not aware of what the plan is for that portion.
But we'll make sure that any facilities that we install, the pump station and the pipelines will all be able to function even before that part of the levee is addressed. So we're really trying to make sure that the treatment plant site is protected and that the storage tank and all of those facilities are protected from both the flood and sea level rise.
And is there any need for any connection to going toward Redwood City and Haven Street? Or I understand the Bedwell Bayfront portion. I'm wondering about the rest of it.
Not as it relates to this project, but I'm sure it, and we're definitely in touch with Nikki and your staff to make sure that any coordination over in that general vicinity that we're well coordinated on our plans. But at this point, we haven't focused on any levee work down there.
Thank you. Public Works Director Nagaya.
Hey, thank you, Mayor Nash, for the questions, and thank you, Sergio and Dave, for the presentation tonight. So I just wanted to mention, I think the area that you were inquiring about near the Atherton Channel and the entrance to Bedwell Bayfront Park, the city has been having ongoing discussions with a number of agencies about how to protect the access road. And so I think it serves both the Bedwell Bayfront Park as well as the West Bay facility that's shown on the maps here tonight. So I think we would definitely want to continue to work with West Bay in the future as we develop those plans more. But the Safer Bay project that we've been working on with the San Francisco Creek Joint Powers Authority and now more recently with One Shoreline does have plans for levees connecting into Redwood City along Haven Avenue and then aligning along the entrance road. So we still need to figure out exactly how to tie in from the entrance road to the park high ground or run some sort of protection all the way along the entrance road out to the West Bay facility. So that work is still ongoing, but we do recognize the need for continued partnership with West Bay as that work progresses. And we're hopeful to potentially secure some funding for that continued work through either the state budgeting process or some of the federal infrastructure funds that are currently available. So that's continuing now as well.
Thank you so very much. That was very clarifying. It would be great at some point to have a study session about this and how they all tie together. And I think I've seen that on the schedule, but just how all of these various projects will protect all the cities and the infrastructure. Thank you. Councilmember Mueller.
Yeah, I wanted to ask, so I see on the phase one, it's an ecotone levee. And so can you explain what an ecotone levee is?
So an ecotone levee is a horizontal levee that introduces plants and habitat versus your typical vertical levee with sheet piles. Now, originally, we were going to simply protect the site and do just a vertical levee similar to what Foster City is doing there near the Cemetery Bridge. But through the CEQA process, it was suggested to us by some agencies that we look at an ecotone levee. Now, ecotone levee is a little bit more expensive than your typical vertical sheet pile, but we still explored this option. And what it is basically it's a gradual sloped habitat that naturally protects the site, and it introduces new habitat to the area.
Yeah, I just
without
wanted
getting
to
more yeah.
I just wanted to point it out. I just wanted to point it out because I'm grateful for it. So thank you for that. And given this facility's location near protected habitat, for you guys to be doing that, and I know it's at an increased cost, is really wonderful. So I just didn't want to let that go without pointing it out. So, and at the 15-foot level, is that's obviously is that above at the 15-foot level? What does that then just drop off as a cliff into the facility, or how does that interface work at the top?
We're planning to have a maintenance road as we have now, so we'd be able to drive on the levee itself to monitor and maintain it. But yeah, it would be a road on our side, and then a private road, of course, just gravel. But then it would slope, away from the site into the marshlands.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Councilmember Taylor.
Mayor Nash, actually, Councilmember Mueller asked my question. Thank you.
Thank you. So I guess, thank you so much for the presentation. And I believe that's all the questions we have tonight. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for having us. We do have plans for a couple of fill stations. So if the city wanted to take advantage of this reclaimed water to water some of their vegetation, you're more than welcome to this water. It's accessible at the top of Sandhill, and will be accessible to everyone, or the city at least, at the end of Terminal, where we're right in front of the MPCC.
Thank you. Councilmember Mueller has another question.
Yeah, and I want to thank you for the work that you guys are doing in this area too. I don't want the moment to pass to say what an impact it's had in the city of Menlo Park. This wonderful work you're doing with reclaimed water. Can you connect it to Sharon Park for our watering there?
If Elon Musk can fly to the moon here shortly, I'm sure we can connect the two ponds and make that work for a lot less money.
That'd be great, because you're right there, just right across that road over at the golf course. So it seems like just a hop, skip, and a jump across the road.
It really would. We could make that happen relatively easily. Right now, that pond, I believe, is being filled by municipal water or drinking water. So it'd be great to be able to fill that pond with reclaimed water versus potable drinking water.
Excellent. Thank you.
That brings up one more question, and that is, so we have wildlife in the pond. I assume that the water would be safe for everyone, or how would you answer that?
So reclaimed water. So currently the pond over at Sharon Heights has lots of wildlife in it. And we've seen actually an uptick in turtles and vegetation. So yes, it's safe for wildlife. We do require signage to make sure that people don't ingest it. So that's part of the requirement. And we would have a user permit for the city maintenance folks to make sure that they had the proper signage on that pond to make sure nobody would go swimming or ingest the water. But yes, to answer your question, it is safe. It's been safe so far for wildlife.
Thank you very much. All right, we will move on to public comment now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Under public comment, the public may address the City Council on any subject not listed on the agenda. Each speaker may address the City Council once under public comment for a limit of 3 minutes. Please clearly state your name and address or political jurisdiction in which you live. The City Council cannot act on items not listed on the agenda, and therefore the City Council cannot respond to non-agenda items brought up under public comment other than to provide general information. I will call for public comment at the appropriate time for members of the public to address the City Council on any item under agenda sections closed session, advisory body vacancies and appointments, study session, consent calendar, regular business, informational reports. City Clerk Sharon, please call for general public comment.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide public comment for an item not on tonight's agenda, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9. And if you have joined us in chambers and wish to provide comment for an item not on tonight's agenda, please feel free to step up to the podium. And our first speaker will be Jimmy Apfel, followed by Karen Grove.
Good evening. Thank you so much for your time. My name is Jimmy Apfel, and I serve as a community relations coordinator for Bloom Energy, a clean, resilient energy company founded right here in Silicon Valley with nearly 800 local employees and currently hiring for more than 300 additional advanced manufacturing careers. Over the past 2 years, we've learned more than ever the vital role of our frontline hospital and healthcare workers, all putting our health before their own throughout the COVID-19 crisis. In recognition of their selfless work, Bloom Energy hosted the inaugural Stars and Strides community run last year and raised over $250,000 to benefit the Valley Medical Center Foundation. I'm here tonight to invite you to come to build on our success on Saturday morning, July 2nd, for our second annual Stars and Strides community run to support and celebrate our frontline hospital healthcare workers and the patients they serve. Of course, our ambitious goals for our second annual run will be much more attainable with your help and participation. We hope to raise and donate $350,000 to the Valley Medical Center Foundation as they support 3 county hospitals and 14 healthcare clinics. We would like 2,500 paying participants in our Armature Systems 10K run, the Silicon Valley Bank 5K run or walk, or the HP Inc. Kids Fun Run. And our volunteer goal will be for 400 caring volunteers pre-race and on race day to ensure that our participants have a fun, safe, and healthy experience. The community run will start and finish in Discovery Menlo in downtown San Jose. And I'm inviting you to join us. If you were unable to attend physically, you may still participate in our Bank of America Step Up in Spirit virtual run or walk. Please register for yourself and your family. Registration is very easy at starsandstrides.com. For our elected leaders, if you would like to participate, please sign up under the California Water Service Elected Official and Executive 5K Challenge. Please reach out to your own database of community members, and we have a sample text you can consider using to make it very easy. And we would be honored to work with your professional staff to be included in any online communications between now and race day. But over the last 2 years, we've realized just how critical healthcare workers are to our communities. And we now have an opportunity to gather to celebrate and support them on July 2nd. Please join us and spread the word throughout your communities. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker is Karen Grove.
Hi, I am Karen Grove. I'm a resident of Menlo Park, and I served past tense on the Housing Commission, and I do not anymore. But my comments are about housing policy. I wanted to just point out, and I did send an email about this, but I wanted to point out that our below market rate program has been undergoing improvements over the time that I was on the commission, and I'm really proud of that. And they were very good incremental improvements, but at this time, they still have some pretty significant structural problems, such that they're not meeting the needs of our most housing insecure community members. And so I just want to bring that to your attention, especially community members who earn very low income, which is less than 50% of area median income, or below that, or people with any sort of special needs. There are also significant issues with the way it serves the households that it does serve. And I will explain that in a minute. And this is all the more important because so many of our projects are following the SB 330 process. So there is limited time for meetings to ask for other configurations to consider, et cetera. They sort of going to look at our guidelines, they're going to follow them, and we can only ask for change. We have to approve if it fits our guidelines, but our guidelines aren't shaping what we need. So like I said, there are a lot of details in my email, but I want to lift up a couple, which is when people qualify for our inclusionary below market rate housing, there's two aspects. They need to be income eligible, so they need to not earn too much money. And they also need to qualify as having enough money to pay the rent. Unfortunately, we allow the developer to set the rents at 30% of the highest income qualifying income. And so by design, the people at the lowest end of the income band do not earn enough to qualify as having enough money to pay the rent. So we're actually not meeting the needs of the people who we say we are helping in this income band. At the lower end, people are not served. So one example to follow is Mountain View, which sets the maximum rent at 30% of the middle level of the income at the middle of the income band. So that's a little detailed. It's in my email. The other thing is it's not giving us a good mix of very low, and moderate income homes. And then finally, the big problem is that our BMR guidelines don't really create any extremely low income housing or special needs housing. And that will come up later again this evening when we talk about Parkline, but thank you.
Thank you for your comment. So this will be the final call for public comment for any item not on tonight's agenda. Seeing no further hands, Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. We are now offering public comment at this time on the closed session. There will be a second call for public comment on the closed session item before adjourning to closed session later in the meeting. City Clerk Sharon, please call for public comment for closed session item M1.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide public comment on our closed session item M1, conference with legal counsel for anticipated litigation, one potential case, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9. If you've joined us in chambers, we ask that you line up at the podium. This will be the final call for public comment on our closed session item M1. Seeing no hands, Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. Now we are moving on to F1, advisory body vacancies and appointments. F1, consider applicants and make appointments to fill vacancies on the Finance and Audit Committee and the Parks and Recreation Commission. To introduce the item will be City Clerk Sharon.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So this evening's meeting, staff is recommending that the City Council consider applicants and make appointments to our Finance and Audit Committee for 2 vacancies and our Park and Recreation Commission for 1 vacancy. The City Council, as well as members of the public, have been provided all of the applications. If there's any questions from council, be happy to answer those now. Seeing none, Mayor Nash, would you like to proceed to public comment on this item?
Yes, please.
Thank you. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on item F1, consider applicants and make appointments to fill vacancies on the Finance and Audit Committee and the Parks and Recreation Commission, we ask that you engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9 now. For members of the public who have joined us in person, please come to the podium if you wish to provide comment on this item. And our first speaker will be May Rin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Hi, thank you. Good evening, City Council members. My name is Mayrin Bunyaget. I am a resident in District 1 for about 12 years. I last year was in the Library Commission, and this year I would like to have the council consider me for the one vacant position for the Parks and Rec Commission. I feel like I would be a great asset to this commission to not only represent the voice of residents in District 1, which we have very little representation in the various commissions in general. I'm also an educator at Beechwood Elementary School, which serves students that also utilize a lot of the services that are at will be the up and coming Bellhaven Menlo Park Multi-Generational Community Center. And I have 2 elementary students at Oak Knoll. So I've been very involved in participating in various Parks and Recs programs, events. I have a lot of experience with the lens of being a parent, an educator, working with students that utilize various programs, and also having connections with the Senior Center as well as part of our service learning from Beechwood community. So just wanted to put my name in the hat for you to consider myself for representing District 1 for Parks and Rec. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Larry Parrish. You can go right up to there. Perfect.
Well, first, I'd like to thank you for permitting me to be here. My name's Larry Parrish. I've lived in Menlo Park for 34 years, raised a family here, heavily utilizing the park system, which has been a major asset to many families. As far as Parks and Recreation is concerned, the service to the community here is absolutely wonderful. And unfortunately, with COVID, we've had to cut back a great deal. I received the current activities guide in the mail about a week ago, and it was substantially thinner than what it used to be. I know it's going to take time to rebuild, but I believe it's an incredibly important service. And I've experienced it more than one way. After I retired, I actually went to work for Parks and Recreation. In between retirement and stuff, I actually coached at some of the local high schools as well. I was in computer software, but I worked here for 10 years. I saw it. Not only did I experience in raising my family, but I saw it as an employee and really understood how important it was. So what I hope to do is build it back to what it was. I know it's going to take a lot of time, and I might not be part of the finished product, but I believe I might be uniquely qualified to contribute to a great deal of the activities and decisions or recommendations for decisions in getting it back where it can be. It's something that's important to me. This park means something to me. I come to this park every morning and walk. I know a lot of people that have worked here. I know a lot of people that have taken advantage of the programs here. I talk to them every day. And I believe that I'd be a good communicator and connection when we make decisions or recommend ideas to get this back to where it once was. And I'm certain that at some point, it not only will be what it was, but it'll be better. I've seen it be better over the years, and it will continue that. We've had a disruption, and we need some devotion, we need some work, and it's going to be a great project to be a part of. and I want to be a part of it. And again, I want to thank you for permitting me to be here.
Thank you for your comment. So this will be the final call for public comment on item F1. And our next speaker will be Brian Kissel.
Hi, this is Brian Kissel. I'm also a Menlo Park resident and had submitted my application for the Parks and Recreation Commission as well. But after hearing the predecessor to me, and my apologies, I didn't catch his name. I think he's actually much more well qualified than I am. So I'd like to endorse him for the position and withdraw my, my application.
Thank you for your comment. And our next speaker will be Mikiko Harris Parker.
Yes. Hello, this is Miko Harris Parker. I am a resident in District 1. And I would just like to ask, as you are vision of who to appoint, that remember, Council, that we have more than just one park in Menlo Park. I would hope that whoever is appointed is aware that we need to make decisions for all of the park and recreational spaces in the city. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. So now final call for public comment on item F1. Seeing no further hands raised, Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you very much. Would you please, unless there's any questions from council members, City Clerk Sharon, would you please proceed with the process?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Nash. So before you, I have us starting with the Park and Recreation appointment. For this appointment, we have one unexpired vacancy. We do have a total of 5 candidates. I did remove candidate Brian Kissel as per the public comment request. I will be asking each of our city council members to provide the names of one candidate that you wish to appoint. You also do have the option to not select an applicant or leave a seat vacant. The person who achieves a majority of the nominations will result in an appointment. And if a tie results, we will proceed with another round of nominations. And with that, again, we are doing our Park and Recreation, one unexpired term. And I will be starting with Vice Mayor Willison. One name, please.
Thank you, Judy. And I do want to thank Mr. Parris and Mr. Kissel for their very community-minded comments and gestures. I'm going to be going with Mayrin Bunyajit, please.
Thank you. Councilmember Combs.
Lawrence Parrish.
Thank you. Mayor Nash.
Mayrin.
City Council Member Mueller.
Lawrence Parrish.
Thank you. City Council Member Taylor.
Mayrin.
Thank you. And with a total of 3 votes, Mayrin will be appointed to the Park and Recreation Commission. And so our next on the docket for this evening is the Finance and Audit Committee, where we have 2 vacancies for terms ending in April of 2024.
So I would actually like to ask council, within our policy, we have the opportunity to waive the 1-year waiting period between members. Actually, let me start. Under reappointments, resignations, removals, incumbents seeking a reappointment are required to complete and file an application with the city clerk by the application deadline. No person shall be reappointed to a commission committee who has served on that body for 2 consecutive terms, unless a period of 1 year has lapsed since the returning member last served on that commission committee. And that 1 year period is flexible, subject to city council's discretion. So I am asking that we waive that 1 year period and consider reappointing Roger Royce to the Finance and Audit Committee. And I'm not sure what we do from here, City Clerk. Sharon.
Thank you, Mayor Nash, and I'll ask our city attorney to chime in if I miss anything. I do think we would need a majority of the city council to agree with waiving the 1 year postponement between appointments on the same body, allowing us to consider Roger Royce for an FAC appointment.
Thank you, Judy. By the way, I cannot access my video. I'm getting a notification that says the host has stopped my video. Oh, there we go. Thank you. I agree with you, City Clerk, that it would be a good idea to take a motion and a vote from the City Council about waiving the limitations that Mayor Nash just read into the record.
Thank you. City Council Member Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. I'm supportive, so I'll second.
City Council Member Combs.
Yeah, but it's not on the agenda that we consider waiving the requirement of a year between a reappointment for someone who has reached the limit of their term. That's not on any agenda. So I don't really think that the council can vote on that. You can make a decision about the candidates that are in front of us. And if the end of that decision is that there is a position held open, or there is still availability, then I think it can be agendized for a future meeting that we want to waive that. But I don't think it's appropriate at this instance to take that action when it has not been on the agenda.
Yeah, I'd agree that appointing someone that's not on the list before you is not agendized properly, but I'm comfortable, given the agenda item and how it's drafted, if the council wants to provide direction on waiving it and coming back with the candidate at another time.
So I guess why don't we proceed, see if there is still a position open, at which point we will address that issue, whether we want to waive the requirement. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so at this time, we will be doing the nomination vote. Each city council member can nominate up to 2 people. So I will be starting with Council Member Combs, up to 2 names.
So I'll nominate Michael DeMoss and Susanna Hill.
Thank you. Mayor Nash.
I will nominate Susanna Hill and keep 1 vacancy open. Thank you.
Thank you. City Council Member Mueller.
Yeah, Mr. DeMoss and Ms. Hill.
Thank you. City Council Member Taylor.
Susanna Hill.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Willison.
Thank you. I will nominate Susanna Hill and leave 1 open, please.
Thank you. So with that, we do have enough votes for appointing Susanna Hill.
Councilmember Combs.
Yeah, I'd just like to make a comment following the council action. You know, I think I've said this story a number of times of how my first involvement with the city was applying to the Bike Commission and not being appointed, being in another applicant being appointed. And I think maybe there was another time before I ultimately ended up being appointed to the Bike Commission. And I share that story to share that as part of this process, right? You can, you should humble yourself and expect that it may take some time before being appointed. I do have to say, though, I feel a little uncomfortable about the idea of someone who has expressed an interest in applying and us making not a decision to appoint someone else, but an active decision just not to appoint that person, which is how this reads to me in this moment, especially since I don't know that anyone else has expressed a desire. We have 2 candidates, 2 openings. And so I just like to say, I don't like the way this feels at all. It feels like the council is actively making a decision that it does not want to appoint someone, not that it wants to appoint someone else in favor, but it very much won't appoint someone. And I don't think that that is how we should engage our citizens. And I don't think it opens a sort of provides a welcome to those who want to be involved in the city that we should be offering.
Councilmember Mueller, and then I will make a comment.
Yeah, I just, I would say that, there is a long history in this body of appointing people to advisory commissions that don't see the world the same way as the council. There just is and so I'm not going to go too far into it, but I would just say that on this dais, I've appointed people who have been very critical of me. I've been appointed people who opposed me in elections. I've appointed people who have stood in this council chambers and berated council. But I think diversity of thought is really important to have in our commissions. So I understand the council vote tonight, but I did want to make a statement to that effect, that I want residents in the community to think that no matter how critical they are of the council or how critical or how different in thought they may be of me with respect to issues before the city, they're welcome in this dais and welcome in participation in government.
Thank you. I would like to say I absolutely agree with what you're saying, and this is in no way any reflection of a difference in opinion. The reason why I did not vote to appoint one of the candidates is because we strongly, and I believe this was a comment made by others at the last meeting, that we asked this candidate to specifically state what is their interest in this commission, and there has been no response. This one candidate applied to all commissions. There was no specific interest in any one commission, and when asked to apply again with and specify what is the specific interest in this commission, my understanding is there was no response. And that is the reason why is I think we actually, I welcome diversity of thought. I welcome diversity in every aspect, but I am looking for people who are responsive, who are willing to work and put in the work for the commission, and to not respond in any way, to me was not a good indication of someone who is going to be a productive member on this commission.
Yeah, so I'm sorry, but I gotta speak. I mean, I don't see the world the same as this applicant on all the issues, but this applicant applied to every commission and came and spoke before this council to ask to be appointed to one of the commissions. This applicant talked about their passion for things that they've tried to be a part of in the city. And candidly, if I were an applicant and I came in front of the council, asked to be appointed to the planning commission, and then had been passed over not only for the planning commission, but for every other item on the agenda that evening,
I probably would be feeling not excited about responding either as to why I'd been being put through extra compared to everybody else. So to the extent that we're being, I'm sorry, but I don't think it's appropriate to be critical of this applicant in this way, especially given the history. This applicant has been critical of the council. And so I'm sorry, but it just doesn't feel right to me either. So I feel like someone's being excluded and being asked to do more than other applicants. Oftentimes applicants come to us and all they do is fill out an application and never speak to us. And so we asked extra of this applicant because they wanted to be involved so much they applied to every commission.
I will just state, for me, even if the applicant had said, I'm interested in the Finance and Audit Commission because I am interested in looking at budgets, that would have been plenty, but to not have any response at all, or to have no response to me was not a good indication. So, Councilmember Combs.
Yeah, I'll just add, and then I'm happy to move on because I don't want to feel, anyone to feel targeted for just simply applying to commissions, which I think this is turning into. I would totally be aligned with you, Mayor Nash, if the decision was between this and another candidate, right? Then I'd say, but in this scenario where there is no other candidate, my default is that like this is someone who applied to Councilmember Mueller's point, has spoken before this council, expressed a desire to be engaged in the city. And my default would be to since there is an active application, to let that person try it out. Again, given that there is no other applicant, it's not an appointment to the Supreme Court. It's not a lifetime appointment. If it evolved that like it wasn't the right fit, then certainly he can resign and certainly we could remove him. But at this point, it's an active applicant and there are no other active applicants. And so that's why, again, my default was to appoint him. But again, like I said, I'm happy to move on.
I would just like to add, I have spoken with Mr. Royce, who would be interested in serving again. And
I've not had that conversation with Mr. Royce. So
but I mean, candidly, that smacks to me too, is because there's been no good policy reason to put forth why we would waive the 1-year requirement, but for the fact that there was an unhappiness with the applicant who indicated they wanted to serve. I've heard no good policy reason. When it was brought up, I thought, well, that's interesting, but we had a policy reason why we adopted that to begin with, so others could be involved in the city. And I haven't heard a policy reason why we would waive that, other than we don't like the applicants who applied. And I don't think that's right.
Thank you. City Clerk Sharon, would you?
So I don't have a formal motion just yet. However, what Mayor Nash, you had discussed is waiving the 1-year lapse for reappointments to the Finance and Audit Committee.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Actually, I would like to take a 5-minute recess.
Okay.
Thank you. And actually, let's return at 7:30, please. Right now it's 7:26.
Thank you. Okay, having our city council back on our in-person and virtual dais, Mayor Nash, you may reconvene.
Thank you. And following the break, what I would like to recommend is that we do reconsider the final opening, and then we can decide how to move on from there. But I would like to reconsider that one open seat again. And having said that, I see that Vice Mayor Willison would like to speak.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. I have a question for City Attorney Doherty. When we vote on motions, we can't change our mind, but is this considered a motion? Can we change our, I guess, nomination on this that we did before the break?
I would be comfortable with a change in the vote. I think in part because the final appointment doesn't occur or has not already occurred. So I think we don't have a final action, but if there are other council members that disagree, I'd like to hear that now rather than later.
Well, I'll just jump in and say, you know, part of being a council member is being open-minded to what your colleagues are saying. And like Mayor Nash, I was concerned with all of the commissions being applied for and a lack of clarity about why the finance and audit. But I've heard and what my colleagues, council members, Mueller and Combs have been saying, and I would like to go ahead and add, in addition to Susanna Hill, Mr. DeMoss to my my vote or appointment, nomination, whatever you want to call it. Thank you.
Councilmember Mueller.
Yeah, I just want to thank my colleagues for the reconsideration of the issue. So, and I hear and understand your reasoning why your votes were made, but I appreciate your reconsideration of the item. And because obviously as Mr. DeMoss indicated, I have worked on him on different issues in the city. I do think he will contribute. I do know his education is that of an attorney. And if that turns out to be that he's not interested in not participating, which was, I think, the concern that was being expressed with respect to the multi-level applications, we can pick it up at that time. But I think where we are tonight, I'm grateful for where we're ending up tonight. Thank you.
City Clerk Sharon, would you please recall for the vote?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Nash. Oh, it looks like Vice Mayor might have her hand raised.
Vice Mayor Willison.
Oh, and as a council person on the Finance and Audit Committee, I just want to let Mr. DeMoss know and all the Finance and Audit Committee know, we haven't actually met yet, but I look forward to meeting you and working productively for the benefit of our city together. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So at this time, I'm going to proceed with another round of nomination votes. We are down to one regular term for the Finance and Audit Committee. And we will be starting with Councilmember Combs. One name.
DeMoss.
Thank you. Mayor Nash?
Yes, Michael DeMoss.
Thank you. Councilmember Mueller, one name.
Mr. DeMoss.
Thank you. City Council Member Taylor, one name.
Michael DeMoss.
Thank you. And Vice Mayor Willison?
Michael DeMoss, please.
Thank you. And with that, we have officially filled all of our vacancies. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And I very much appreciate the council and how we can work together. That was a good demonstration. Thank you. All right. Let's see. Next item is a study sessions. Study sessions are an opportunity for city staff to introduce an item that will require policy direction from the city council in the near future. City staff will provide a brief presentation. I will then call for public comment. After public comment, the City Council will discuss the matter interactively with staff. The City Council will not take any action on items addressed in study sessions. The City Council may provide direction to city staff for preparation of additional analysis or information necessary when the item returns to the City Council for action. The study session item tonight is G1, study session for a master plan to redevelop the SRI campus with a residential, office, research and development, and retail mixed-use project located at 333 Ravenswood Avenue. To introduce the item is Acting Principal Planner Corinna Sandmeyer.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Nash and council members. I have a short presentation on this Parkline item. All right, yeah, I apologize. My presentation didn't come up right away. Should be on the screen now. So good evening again. I'm Corinna Sandmeyer, Acting Principal Planner with the Planning Commission, and I'll give a short presentation on the Parkline Project. So this slide shows the existing SRI campus, which would be redeveloped. You see El Camino Real, the downtown area, and the train to kind of give you some perspective with this slide. So the site is 63 acres in size, and it's currently developed with 38 buildings and about 1.38 million square feet of gross floor area. So for the Parkline proposal, it would be a 53-acre office and research and development campus and a 10-acre residential area. There would also be community serving retail uses and 25 acres of publicly accessible open space between the various uses. There would also be new pedestrian and bicycle paths and connections through the site. So for the non-residential component, of the project, there would be no net increase of square footage. Approximately 284,000 square feet would be retained for the continued operations of SRI, and that would be in buildings T, S, and T. And then approximately 1.1 million new square feet would be developed in 5 main structures, and those would be 3 to 5 stories in height. There would also be a new office tenant amenity building and 3 parking structures for non-residential uses. And this component would be developed with a modern architectural style. So this is the proposed site plan. As you can see, the residential here is in yellow. That's mainly along Laurel Street. These 3 buildings that are a little lighter blue, these are the 3 existing buildings that would remain. And then the slightly darker blue buildings are the new office and R&D proposed buildings. The gray structures are the parking structures. And then in the corner near Ravenswood and Middlefield intersection, you'll see a small building in pink, and that would be the new community building, and next to that would be the proposed playing field. So for the residential component, there would be 400 residential units with 15% below market rate units. There would be 19 townhomes, and those are proposed 2 stories with attached 2-car garages. There would also be 381 apartments. These would be in 3 buildings, 3 to 5 stories tall. And there would be approximately 1 parking space per unit. And the residential component is proposed to be developed in a mission architectural style. So for the proposed circulation, the roads would be private internal roads. There's an internal road leading to the 3 main residential buildings and parking garages. And then there's an internal loop road to all the non-residential buildings. And so this slide shows a little more of the circulation. So as you can see, only the residential buildings would be accessed from Laurel Street. There would be an additional residential entry on Ravenswood. And then there would be 2 entries for the non-residential uses, 2 on Ravenswood and 2 on Middlefield. And the internal loop road would not connect to the residential access streets unless, or only for emergency vehicle access. And that's shown in the dashed lines. So the requested entitlements are a general plan amendment and zoning ordinance amendment. So the applicant will be proposing a new zoning district and a new general plan designation. The property would then be rezoned. There would be a development agreement, a conditional development permit that would provide a little more structure than the zoning district. There would be architectural control and a vesting tentative map, and the applicant is also requesting environmental review, which would be an environmental impact report. So the project did go to the Planning Commission for a study session, and that was on March 28th. The main feedback is listed here. Many commissioners expressed a desire for higher density and a greater number of affordable units. There were concerns about parking and especially above grade parking. Questions came up about the programming for the sports field and the potential conflicts with the church next door. There were also questions about pre-pandemic level parking needs and the number of employees at SRI. And then there were concerns about increased traffic, and a question came up about the realignment of Ravenswood Avenue and Ringwood Avenue, if those could be realigned to connect. So key topics for the council, made a short list here. So basically land uses and site density, intensity, site layout, including building orientation, site access, conceptual architectural styles, design and layout of open space, parking locations and ratios, and proposed sustainability measures. And the next steps will be selection of a consultant to prepare the environmental impact report. So that process will be, we will bring that back to the council. And then after that, there will be an EIR public scoping session. So thank you. That concludes my presentation, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
And Karina, did the applicants have a presentation as well?
Yes, they do.
Okay. So through the mayor, can we invite the applicants to make their presentation?
Yes, please.
Fabulous, thank you. And so then I would like to invite Mark, Thomas, and John. And if you'd like, you can share screen and provide your presentation to the council.
Okay, just a second here.
Well, while Tom's sharing our presentation, good evening, Mayor Nash and members of council and city staff and members of the public as well. I'm Mark Murray with Lane Partners. We're a real estate development company that SRI has selected to be their partner to help them re-envision and hopefully redevelop the campus that's been their home in Menlo Park for nearly 80 years. Lane Partners, my firm, is also a Menlo Park-based company. Our office is actually about a half mile off SRI's campus, has been since the company was founded about 16 years ago. I actually personally live about a half mile off campus as well. So, in addition to thinking, from a professional standpoint that this is a really extraordinary redevelopment opportunity, it's also something that's very meaningful to myself and my partners on a personal level. We're really excited to be here tonight. I think we were before this council about 14 months ago, which was kind of our initial public unveiling of the partnership with SRI and the potential project. Now is the beginning of our public outreach, and we've done a lot further outreach in the meantime. But by no means is that done. This is an ongoing process that we plan to continue throughout the process. But some of that outreach included with obviously many meetings with various departments, with city staff, fire district, lots of different community stakeholders and community groups. We also had a series of open houses on the SRI site. Last summer, I think we sent out about 10,000 mailers to households in Menlo Park. We got really great attendance, and that outreach has really had a big influence on what we submitted originally back in October, and then another submittal in January, which I think is the version you're seeing tonight. And then most recently, we had a study session at the end of March with Planning Commission that was very well attended in terms of public feedback. So we got a lot of feedback there that we plan to discuss with you tonight and continue that outreach. But a lot of comments from the public as well as Planning Commission there. But before diving into the proposal in any greater detail, I wanted to turn it over to John McIntyre from SRI, who just wanted to say a couple words on SRI's behalf as well.
Yes, thank you very much, Mark. On behalf of SRI, just to echo some of what Mark said, we're very pleased to have the opportunity to present our project here tonight. SRI has grown up in Menlo Park and will soon be celebrating our 80th anniversary. We are just so proud to be part of the transformation of Silicon Valley, but we're also equally excited to be looking forward. And as we do that, we know that we need to adapt our campus to meet the needs of operating in the 21st century. And we also know it's crucially important that we work closely with the city and with the community to reimagine our site as an open, new and modern campus. And that is precisely why SRI has chosen Lane as our partner. Like SRI, as Mark was saying, Lane is Menlo Park based, community focused in their approach. And that's so important to SRI. And I think it's so important to this process. And I know our entire team looks forward to working together collaboratively. So with that, let me turn it back to you, Mark.
Thanks, John. And before turning over to Tom Yee with Studios Architecture, who's our design lead for the project, to actually walk you through the master plan itself, I wanted to just kind of touch on what were really the guiding principles and goals we had that really influenced that design. And one is really opening up what's currently, a very closed off campus. I'm sure you're all very familiar with the existing conditions where, a lot of the existing perimeter of the campus is secured by, a literal security fence. So we plan to take that down and open it up where the general public can actually, enter what's a really large, 63 acre big chunk of Menlo Park. And another component is adding green space. Our proposal entails 25 acres of green space. It's not only, nice landscape green space, but will be publicly accessible. And a lot of that green space we're actually creating. Like if you look on Google Earth, you'll see that the site is currently really dominated by asphalt and building footprint. So it's really generating green space and then opening it up to the public. It was great to hear that it's Bike Month. I know, from our outreach and all the conversations we've had really great feedback to a big part of our plan is making what right now is a closed off kind of blockage in terms of bike and pedestrian access through the town. We're going to make the site highly permeable, have a lot of great bike and pedestrian paths. So if you're a high school student coming from Linfield Oaks and getting to MA, instead of kind of going around the site, you'll cut through it. So you'll have a way to get from A to B in a way that'll be, much quicker and safer as well.
Excuse me, Mark. I can't share. So Corinna, can you please give me permission to share my screen, please? Excuse me, Mark.
Yeah, no problem.
So Thomas, you should already as a panelist be able to share. If not, I have it available if you'd like to just cue me through verbally.
Sure, I'm sorry. I've been trying to share this, but it doesn't seem to be coming up. Okay.
Yeah, so if you want, you can just cue me through verbally.
All right, sorry about that. Okay, Mark, continue, please. Go to the next slide.
Sure. So bike and pedestrian arteries are a big part of our plan, and that was something that's been really well received in terms of our public outreach. And then in terms of commercial development, we're taking what we think is a really restrained approach. We're essentially having a 1-for-1 replacement with existing commercial properties. So we're not adding any new square footage. We're demolishing essentially 35 of the 38 existing buildings. 3 will be retained by SRI and they'll consolidate into those, but the remaining 35 will be demolished, and that square footage will be redeployed into just 5, much more aesthetically pleasing, modern, far more sustainable buildings. And that's part of the way we're able to create so much open space, is by taking the same amount of square footage and condensing it into much smaller building footprint. And then housing, last but not least, one of the big goals of this project is create a new housing district. We've essentially taken 10 of the best acres in SRI's campus, the acreage closest to Caltrain, closest to downtown amenities and restaurants, and dedicated that to a new housing district. The current proposal entails 400 units, varying sizes, varying levels of affordability as well. That, as we mentioned, in all our outreach, this is kind of a starting point, and whether we go up or go down, is very much going to be part of the public conversation. That was housing density was a big part of the conversation at study session a little more than a month ago, and a lot of that was saying, particularly, can you look at more density, but particularly, finding ways to make a bigger impact in terms of the amount of affordable housing. And so those were kind of the guiding principles. We look forward to talking about that more. But with that, I'll turn it over to Tom to go into greater detail with the plan.
Great, thanks, Mark. Members of the Council and Mayor Nash, thanks for having us, and I'd like to continue with the presentation. Next slide, please. As Mark mentioned, part of the process was a community outreach process we conducted last year, at least 3 or 4 sessions with the community. It was fairly well attended, and we had a great deal of conversation and feedback through that process. Next. From a site analysis point of view, the SRI campus here, we're looking the other way from the north. Ravenswood, you can see on the red line in the middle there, middle field corner on the upper left. The campus dash with the tan. The dash circle you see is a 10-minute walk from the middle of campus to the Caltrain station, very close to downtown Santa Cruz Avenue, some key neighborhoods. So this site's very well situated for transit-oriented design. The key neighborhoods being, Linfield Oaks, the Menlo Oaks, and the church that you see next door to our site, Menlo Atherton School, and of course the facilities at Burgess Park across the street, across Laurel, and then the Classics neighborhood to the southwest, which is on the right side of the campus. Next. As Mark mentioned, the existing campus is comprised of 38 buildings, of which the light blue ones, buildings P, S, and T, SRI will plan to maintain for their ongoing operations in Menlo Park. They're, like John said, their 80th birthday this year. They are very committed and a great citizen in Menlo Park. The rest of the buildings, as you can see, they're scattered throughout the site of various ages, and much of the site is in asphalt paving. The site is also contained, surrounded by an existing fence, and so the site's not really accessible to the community. Next. And so here's some existing pictures. On the upper right, you can see the looking south on Laurel. You can see the substation peeking out over the fence, and you can see the great trees on the existing site in the upper right photograph and the middle photograph. And so one of the things that really impressed us as designers were these wonderful resources on the campus, like the trees. Next. And as such, there are over 1,300 existing trees on the site, and many of which are heritage variety, Coast Live oaks, and others that were really a primary driver of how we anticipated planning the campus. So you can see the existing trees located here. A lot of them are along Ravenswood, as many of you know. Next. And another interesting point is that the amount of pervious surface on the existing site is about 10%. Pervious surface meaning landscape, open space, soil that can absorb rainwater and help with flood control and water runoff issues. Our goal was to increase that 10% to nearly 45 to 50%. That was our goal in terms of how we established the strategies for the campus. Next. And so as we developed our concepts, you know, the open space was such a critical part of the thinking because we wanted to invert the campus, make it available, accessible to the community. And so the idea of a promenade along Ravenswood, a recreational site on the corner of Ravenswood and Middlefield were really starting points, linkages to Burgess Park and the city center across Laurel was very important. The right-of-way along the south side of the site, which is an extension of Burgess, is another open space opportunity. And then of course, the idea of a common green that is the heart of the campus and heart of the site around which buildings, PS&T, SRI's existing facilities can be key participants. So the idea of the open space was really the key driver in our approach. Next. And then we overlaid that with circulation, starting with pedestrian circulation. You can see here in the dashed lines. Again, we wanted to invert the campus, make it available, accessible, give pedestrians opportunities to crisscross the site from south to north, from east to west, and making the commons, the green area, as part of that 25-acre accessible space to the community. Next came the bicycle pathways, which you see in yellow here. These were thought through very carefully in conjunction with City Menlo Park's bicycle pathway plan. And so connections around the site, some of them already exist through the site, are very important. So one of the options we talked about was creating a pathway in yellow along Ravenswood from Laurel and from Caltrain through the site to end up at Ringwood and Middlefield, which we feel is a better crossing point to connect either across to the east of the city and is part of the thought of creating these safe pathways, safe routes for kids and other folks who are on bicycles. The lines you see in red are vehicular access points, 2 along Ravenswood for the campus, 2 along proposed on Middlefield. The loop road, as Corinna mentioned, these will be private roads inside the site. And then we're purposely separating the vehicular circulation from the office R&D campus from the residential, so that residential access is only along Laurel and 1 access point on Ravenswood. Next. You overlay that with the trees and trying to preserve our best trees. You can see we're beginning to formulate the ideas for the blue zones, which are the building pads, the yellow zone, the residential, and then the gray zones, which are parking. And so integrating those layers of open space circulation of various types, pedestrian, bicycle, vehicular, along with the existing trees, began to formulate our pathways or our paths for locations for buildings. Next. And you can see on the large view of the plan here, some of the key features of the master plan are as Mark mentioned, the location of residential on the Laurel and Ravenswood corner that has the best location for access to Caltrain, the downtown. We think this is really a great spot to help in not only reinforce Laurel as a residential edge, but also support the commercial businesses in the downtown. We think this is going to be tremendous. We're also proposing a pair of townhouse buildings, 19 units, next to the Classics neighborhood. We feel that these 2-story buildings would be a great scale transition from the buildings in the Classics as they transition north toward Ravenswood to the residential community that we're proposing at Ravenswood and Laurel. The two-story townhouses are more or less the same height as the existing Classics buildings. Then you see the major open space in the R&D area, the play field at the corner of Middlefield and Ravenswood, the amenity building for the users of the R&D campus. These are all part of the amenities and ingredients that we think will be a successful part of the master plan. Next. And then we took a little harder look at the residential and what is the look and feel of those. Again, we're very early in the process. We haven't really committed anything to stone, so to speak. But we drew, examples from City of Menlo Park, the buildings that are in the city to begin thinking about this sort of reimagined mission style. So next slide. So the next slide represents a number of sketches we started to prepare of the residential area to look at massing and disposition of the residential buildings, the decks, the promenades, the brise-a-lays. These are all part and parcels of creating these wonderful environments to connect the street to the building and vice versa. Next. And with that, we'd like to just take you through a little walking tour of the site, starting with the view of the residential at Laurel near the north end, looking south. These would represent some of the possible entries to the residential buildings. You can see they're 3-story along Laurel Street here. These are the apartment units. Next. And then as you go further down Laurel, these are a view at the 2-story townhomes with the access, key pedestrian access avenue toward the common green area in the site. Again, these 2-story townhouse units we think are going to be great as far as being great neighbors to the Classics neighborhood. Next. And then the view along Ravenswood, we're thinking about creating an alternative bicycle pathway on our site in the right-of-way as a way of creating a green, maintaining the trees, giving opportunities for pedestrians to walk along this front of the campus along Ravenswood, or perhaps bike if they want an alternative bicycle path for the length of the campus. Next. And then further down Ravenswood, you can see a view of the entry to the R&D office R&D campus. Again, 3-story setback along the edge of Ravenswood here, which we think is very appropriate to respect the scale of buildings across the street. These would be signed carefully to allow and give messages to the community that they are welcome and invited to be in the campus. Next. This is a view from the Commons area. Again, you can see some of these heritage trees, which we're trying to maintain. The view looking out toward the green, the office buildings you can see peeking out beyond. We're trying to utilize decks and roofs and other features to bring the scale of those buildings down to the open space and make them really good neighbors of the open space and the existing trees. Next. A view of the northeast corner at Middlefield and Ravenswood, and the playfield and the community building, which will house some limited retail opportunities as community amenities. Could be bicycle repair support, could be a juice shop or something like that. And we're still exploring those opportunities with the community. That some of the feedback we got was really good from that interaction with the community about how we could think about different ideas for the community spaces. Next. And as Mark mentioned, there were a number of responses we heard from the Planning Commission study session, and I'm going to hand it back to Mark to walk us through some of those ideas.
Thanks, Tom. Can we go to the next slide, please? So as we mentioned, we're not adding any new square footage. We're replacing 1 for 1 in terms of what we're demolishing and what we're rebuilding. And in fact, we're actually doing a little less because about 40,000 square feet of the 1.1 million square feet of new construction will actually be amenity space for the campus. So food and beverage, fitness amenities. So you're talking about, extremely low densities there as opposed to office and research and development densities, but wanted to kind of, the question came up of what is kind of the intensification in terms of the number of bodies you expect to come to the campus, and it's somewhat speculative, but we wanted to kind of talk about the before and the after as we see it, and what impacts that has, particularly on housing demand in the community. So the first two columns are kind of before pictures, and there's two ways to look at it that we're showing here. One is the 2009 usage SRI had of the campus, and that's just before COVID obviously changed the usage rates for a lot of commercial development, at least in the short term, and that was about 1,500 people in terms of head count. The next column is 3,300 people, which is what the current approvals, the community development permit that SRI has for the site allows up to 3,300, and that was about when the site was fully utilized in the past, and potentially in the future. That number is more like 3,300 when the site is being utilized more fully. The next three columns are three different looks at the same square footage that we're proposing, and then at different densities, what does that head count look like? And then, so the first is the lowest density, 400 square feet per person. This is actually what SRI is planning their. So they're 284,000 feet of those three existing buildings. That is actually how they're designing those buildings to accommodate 700 people, which is actually slightly less dense than 400 per person. I think it's about 404 per person. On the far end is more of a full office build out. So it's less lab, really more a higher intensity office use, which is 250 square feet per person. And then in the middle is kind of a mix, and that's how we expect this project ultimately to be occupied. There will be, a combination of uses of lab, heavier research and development, but also office use. So you end up with kind of a blend of that more 330 square feet per person. So walking you through those numbers, that middle number of that's highlighted in yellow, that would generate about 2,400 people more than the 1,500 people that were on site in 2019. But when compared against, a higher intensity of the existing campus, it's 3,900 versus 3,300. So really only an increase of 600. And then, so those are kind of the different variations we see as potentials in terms of how many new people you're adding to campus, but also want to explain, you can look at it as against 2019 or against, a bigger number, which is more realistic, whether you're looking into the past or into the future in terms of, the existing conditions of the campus. And then below that, we have two scenarios in which we're calculating the housing demand created by this new headcount from the commercial space. So in that middle scenario, we're talking about 2,400 new employees, and then you calculate the housing demand based on the percentage of those employees you expect to reside in Menlo Park. And we're showing a range of 4% up to 15%. I think what Menlo Park uses for its most recent housing needs assessments of different projects was about 6%. From what we understand, Meta was a little higher than that, more like 7%, because they're obviously a Menlo Park-based company. I think they also have, some incentive programs for employees to encourage, residing locally near work. So that's where we think kind of the conventional wisdom is today, but we're showing it at much higher rates as well. So to take an extreme example, taking the highest density, the office density of 200 square feet per person, generating 3,424 new employees. And again, that's against 2019 levels. So that probably overstates the change ultimately. And assuming 15% of those employees are going to reside in Menlo Park, it creates a housing demand of 514 units. So our current proposal is 400. So we'd be short of that. But in all these other scenarios, we would cover that. And then next, we want to talk about, next slide, please. And that housing demand is a good segue into kind of what our existing proposal is for housing, but also, one of the big commentary I think we heard from our study session with Planning Commission was look at ways to add density, look at ways to add affordable. So what you're looking at right now is the current proposal. It's 400 units. You can see there's 2-story units adjacent to Burgess Classics. There's a row of 3-story massing kind of wrapping all the way around. So it sort of buries more height behind it to kind of keep that lower feel. So this is the existing, and then we're going to walk you through a couple scenarios of ways we think we can increase the density on the site. Next slide, please. So this is if you look at the yellow highlighted areas, we're taking essentially 3 stories on the front of those buildings, fronting on the streets up to 4, and then the building mass behind them from 5 stories to 6. Just in those 2 buildings, R1 and R2. That would generate about 50 new units. And again, assuming 15% affordable across the project, that's about 8 more units of affordable housing. And then next slide, please. And then one of the ideas that we heard, not only at study session with Planning Commission, but in meetings with community groups and stakeholders is finding ways to generate affordable housing, particularly, very low income or adults with disabilities or things like that. And one way to do that was suggested to us and that we think is potentially viable is dedicating some land to an affordable developer where that is their specialty, financing and developing 100% affordable housing. So this scenario includes the adding 50 units in kind of our prior design, but then again, dedicating an acre to an affordable developer. We're assuming they would generate about 80 units of affordable housing in that standalone acre. That would result in 530 units, but about 28% affordable on a blend because that 80 units that's been generated is 100% affordable. Next slide, please. But before turning it over to Tom, we did study densities that kind of took us up to pushing about 600 units. So we wanted to just walk you through those 2 as kind of examples. But as you can tell, like that we definitely have height we can increase. We're trying to be respectful of kind of what we heard in our outreach process in terms of traffic and height and massing, particularly on Laurel. So that was one of the, in terms of finding a location to make a land dedication to an affordable developer, we were looking at kind of the other side of the site. There is some space there, so I think it's viable for a number of reasons, but we also wanted to try to limit, adding density on Laurel as well.
Okay, thanks, Mark. And then another issue that came up in the Planning Commission meeting was off-street parking and our approach to handling that. And these 2 diagrams illustrate in a broad brush that existing campus is comprised of about 37% of the side areas devoted to surface parking because there is really no structured parking except for underground parking in a couple of buildings at SRI's campus. And if we utilize the thoughts that we have on the current thinking, current approach, our parking part of the side area is now 14%, a 23% reduction. And where we start is maybe a 4-fold approach. One is to start with parking at a lower rate than what we may see as traditional in different peninsula cities. So we're parking at 2 spaces per 1,000 square feet for the commercial R&D and 1 space per dwelling unit for the residential. And with that, we also developed the locations of these parking garages, which we use as our approach. You can see the parking garages on the upper side of the drawing on the right side, the 2 gray areas above the office buildings, and then 1 lower garage on the southwest side of the site. So the 3 garages are situated on the edges to really enhance the open space idea and to really protect the major concept of the accessible open space as part of the campus. And we balance that against the distribution of parking, and we feel like this approach reinforces a lot of those issues. And then secondly, a question came up about why can we underground all the parking or a lot of the parking? And as we mentioned earlier in the presentation about the existing trees, if we were to try to underground a major portion of the parking over the entire site, we'd be fighting the trees or end up removing a number of trees, which we really didn't want to do. And so the idea of balancing providing parking at a lower rate to preserving open space, preserving trees, we came up with the ideas of these 3 major parking garages. And again, as we develop this project further, we're going to be developing the garage facades and addressing what their appearance is, how they interact with different edges of the site, and that kind of thing for the office R&D. And for the residential, the one space per dwelling unit is in podiums. And so each of those 3 buildings there, the R1, 2, and 3, which Mark alluded to earlier, are buildings that have a parking deck internally that's flanked by dwelling units. You won't see them along a Ravenswood or Laurel. And then on top of those decks will be a private open space for the residential occupants. All right. Okay, next slide, please. And then another issue that came up was sustainability and our approach to that. And as you know, the SRI campus is a mature campus. A lot of the buildings are near or past their useful life, and a lot of the facilities, like the existing cogeneration plant, the electrical substation, they're all elements that we're studying as part of our sustainability approach. And one of the goals is to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions by 50% from the site. We're looking at the REACH codes for the city of Menlo Park and seeing, as many cities are doing, to go to all electric for the new buildings. And then we're also looking at renewable energy sources as part of our strategy to be sustainable, reduce carbon, and be in concert with the city's objectives for the city and this site in particular. Next slide. So again, just in summary, the master plan is really focused on these key goals: residential, sustainable design, tree preservation, development of open space, and connectivity, a really crucial part of the genesis of the plan, and then revitalizing existing building structures and bringing to the 21st century for use by both workers on the campus and residents in the residential units. So I wanted to thank you for your attention to this presentation, and turn it back over to Corinna.
Good evening again. Yeah, I don't have anything to add to the applicant's presentation, but as I said before, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any clarifying questions from council? Seeing none, let's, City Clerk Sharon, do we have any public comments on this item?
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our study session item G1, study session for a master plan to redevelop the SRI campus with a residential, office, research and development, and retail mixed-use project located at 333 Ravenswood Avenue, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9. And if you are joining us in chambers, please approach the podium. And our first speaker will be Jen Michelle, followed by Kenneth Ma.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Hi, thank you so much. Wow, you guys are fantastic. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I'm really thrilled by this development project proposal. Having grown up in Menlo Park and a current resident for over the past 11 years with our 11-year-old IEP son at Laurel, I want to applaud and congratulate our municipality for addressing our residential product obligations to the region, to the regional area, and look forward to welcoming more neighbors. I am concerned though about the landscaping specs in the commercial property management area, the conversation about bioswales is a pretty big one. So I want to make sure that that piece is added in. Especially given our sloping and watershed tendencies. Sorry, I'm reading my notes from earlier. The coastal Redwood City, sorry, more than, I'm like, sorry, I can't read my notes. Okay, minimum LEED gold, I noted, is very challenging to obtain. And I'm curious, what mechanism do we have in place to ensure Lane Partners keeps to that? As I've found professionally, that doesn't always meet the case when developers propose that they'll do something, they don't always do that. And going back to the landscaping, in addition to the bioswales, I have a concern about the landscaping specs that I saw are very high water consumption, even though the specs say otherwise. So I just want to be sure that we keep that present. I'm running out of time. Anyway, the SRI timeline is also a concern for the water table. As you can see, that's really my interest. And that I would love to increase the housing density based on our office and R&D load that's being speculated. Thank you so very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Kenneth Ma, followed by Margarita Mendez.
Hi, my name is Kenneth Ma, and my wife and 4-year-old daughter and I own a home in the Birches Classics neighborhood, directly on Laurel Street. Previously, my wife and I lived on Laurel Street, just on the other side of Ravenswood, across from Trinity Church for over 5 years. Having lived on Laurel, on both sides of SRI for this many years, we know the Laurel Street hyper-local area very well. To this end, our respectful request of the City Council is to thoroughly consider the impacts this development has on the safety on Laurel Street. Importantly, to be very transparent, we are generally supportive of the Parkline SRI redevelopment and affordable housing, as it was not long ago that we would have qualified ourselves as young professionals. And we are simply asking the City Council to prioritize the project's impact on Laurel Street safety. At the Planning Commission meeting about SRI development, I spoke to express our concerns, but unfortunately our concerns were not addressed in the revised proposal. Specifically, safety for pedestrians and bikes and traffic on Laurel, which is currently a designated bike route for the city and children going to and from school. These concerns were echoed by others, including our neighbors and other residents immediately surrounding SRI. Unfortunately, these requests have not been addressed. In fact, no changes were made to the proposal in response to our safety concerns. Our specific request was to mitigate the impact to safety on Laurel Street. To do so, eliminating ingress and egress to the apartments and townhomes on Laurel Street, and providing enhancements to Laurel Street as warranted. For example, there is currently no protected bike lane or bike box at Laurel and Ravenswood. My wife and I biked to and from Stanford for over 5 years and literally had to wait in line with cars and would be cut off, blocked, or even close to being hit by cars because of a lack of dedicated bike lane at that intersection. Increased traffic from the current plans, and certainly with heightened density, will ironically only worsen the safety issue. Currently, even before the redevelopment, traffic on Laurel Street is significant enough that my wife and I are not comfortable letting our daughter play in front of our yard. To pose some concrete questions, if one of the goals of the project is to assist with traffic on our already congested thoroughfares of Laurel and Ravenswood, then why funnel traffic to these roads? Why not have residential traffic directed to the internal loop road of SRI? This would keep the residential and business traffic better contained and directed away from residential areas like Laurel. It would also actively encourage those who live in the new buildings to walk and ride westward to city amenities such as downtown, Caltrain, and other parks. Certainly, any increase in traffic on Laurel will decrease pedestrian and bike safety and potentially put our city's children in danger. Thank you for your time and consideration. My wife, daughter, and I appreciate your service to our city and hope that you consider our requests and concerns about how traffic and safety on Laurel Street will be impacted by the current parkline design with egress and ingress on Laurel Street. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. So our next speaker is Margarita Mendez, followed by Kalisha Webster.
Good evening. My name is Margarita Mendez, and thank you so much for having me today. I enjoyed listening today to the meeting and the topics thus far. This past Saturday, I had the wonderful opportunity to join Menlo together on a bike route to look at all the proposed sites in the housing element. We started up by Stanford, in the Stanford Hills part of Menlo Park, and we rode all the way down to the Willows. And one of the things, as I'm listening to the speakers, I love this whole idea of a redevelopment opportunity. What a wonderful opportunity the redevelopment of this land is at the SRI location to provide affordable housing for the people of Menlo Park and this community. On the bike route, what we noticed, and we asked multiple times about the locations that were identified for the housing element. None of these sites that we visited are actually purchased or even in consideration for building homes or affordable homes. And yet the SRI site brings this wonderful redevelopment opportunity to provide affordable housing that helps Menlo Park meet what the state is asking us to do to provide below market rate homes for the people in our community. One other thing that the speakers talked about was being forward thinking, and really this is what a wonderful opportunity this is for the council and this builder to provide forward thinking and creating and reimagining Menlo Park, not just for the uber wealthy, because that's what it is right now. That's who can afford to live here. I am a teacher. I would not be able to afford to live here had I not purchased my home and moved to Menlo Park in 2004. This is our second home. So we were so lucky to be able to afford to live here. Listening to the other speaker, also, I ride my bike all over town. I ride to the pool, I ride to downtown, I ride to work every day. Having a dedicated bike lane is also something that I would benefit from, and many more people would benefit and get out on our streets and out of our cars, so we'd have less impact. This development would have less impact as far as traffic if it was safe to bike. It is not safe to bike today in Menlo Park. We are not doing a good job there. I wanted to thank you again, and also just if we could increase the amount of affordable housing. There are 60 acres, 1 acre doesn't seem enough. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Kalisha Webster, followed by Phil B.
Good evening, council members. My name is Kalisha Webster, and I'm the Senior Housing Advocate at Housing Choices, a nonprofit service provider helping people with developmental and other disabilities find and retain affordable housing throughout San Mateo County. I'm calling in support of the redevelopment of the SRI campus and urge the city to explore ways to maximize how the site can bring the greatest benefit to more residents of all incomes and abilities. The site is ideally situated near transit and downtown, making it the perfect location for development of a walkable, bikeable, and more sustainable community. We strongly support the Planning Commission's recommendation that at least 1 acre at this site be donated to an affordable housing developer who can use this land to develop more affordable housing at deeper levels of affordability than what would be achieved under the inclusionary housing ordinance. This is especially important for meeting the housing needs of Menlo Park's special needs populations, including people with developmental disabilities who require deeply affordable rents paid with coordinated supportive services funded by the Golden Gate Regional Center. Take, for instance, a young man that we worked with last year who who had been working full-time at Trader Joe's for several years, but still could not afford to live independently because of the lack of deeply affordable housing available. Instead, he commuted nearly an hour each way on public transit from San Mateo, where he paid over $1,000 per month to a family member so that he could sleep on their couch. When he attempted to negotiate the rent to a more reasonable price so that he could save up to move out, he was kicked out of the home. While he was lucky to not become unsheltered at that time, he continued to live in an unstable situation, temporarily renting a room from another family in East Palo Alto with no written lease. Unfortunately, we eventually lost contact with the client, as none of his service providers knew where he was living or how to contact him after his phone number changed. For a person with a developmental disability, which can affect cognitive functioning, living without support from family or service providers can put them in an extremely vulnerable position, and we can only hope that this client was able to find some safety and stability and did not become unhoused. Had there been affordable housing available to this client, we know that he could have continued to receive the supportive services he needs to live in the community. And having an on-site resident coordinator to check in with him regularly and who was in contact with his circle of support would have added an additional safety net for our former clients. We hope to see the city commit to creating housing opportunities which increase housing accessibility for people like this client so that they can remain in the community where they live or work. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. So our next speaker will be Phil B, followed by Blanca Escobedo. And Phil, if you could state your last name for the record, we'd appreciate it.
Sure, I will. I believe I've unmuted.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. My name's Philip Barr, B-A-H-R. I live on Pine Street in Menlo Park. First of all, we applaud SRI and their community involvement and sustainability efforts so far. It's very well received. Also, we are supportive of the SRI housing proposal. I have 5 comments here. The first is housing for our children, law enforcement, teachers, etc. How can we be assured that our own children, residents, current residents, will have priority? And my comment is based on the fact that the middle class is actually the one being priced out of Menlo Park. So there's a real problem here of our own children. 2 is safety. I noticed on the plan presented tonight, the vehicular access from the proposed housing along Ravenswood appears to be aligned with Pine Street. The proposed street intersection of Ravenswood, Pine Street is not acceptable for several reasons. First, there's already a traffic problem with traffic exiting from SRI onto Ravenswood. The Ravenswood intersection, it is just too close to the intersection of Laurel and Ravenswood as it is. Also, if cars are permitted to exit from the proposed housing and across Ravenswood onto Pine Street, this will cause a disastrous and deadly situation to the residents and vehicles on Pine Street. Pine Street can only accommodate 1 lane of traffic with parking on one side. For example, the existing situation does not allow police or fire truck access. Third, building setback. The residential area proposed setback is too close to Ravenswood and Laurel Streets. The housing should be set back at least the same distance as the existing SRI building on Ravenswood. Fourth, building height. We originally discussed 2 stories. Tonight, the height of the residential buildings should stay at 2 stories on Laurel and Ravenswood, not the 3 to 6 stories as stated during tonight's presentation. The residential building massing does not reflect surrounding neighborhoods of Pine, Laurel, etc. Regarding parking, the mention of the 1 space per residential unit is inadequate. What is the city's residential parking requirement as it stands? And also, no parking should go onto any of the neighborhood streets. All of these comments have been made by others, and previously it appears SRI and their architect have not addressed our community comments during the outreach process. Will this change going forward? Thank you very much for listening to our comments.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker is Blanca Escobedo, followed by Sue Connolly.
Good evening. My name is Blanca Escobedo. I'm a resilience manager at Greenbelt Alliance. For those unfamiliar with our organization, Greenbelt Alliance is an environmental nonprofit, and we work at the intersection of equity, climate, and housing. We believe that the 400 proposed mixed income homes in the Parkline proposal is off to a great start. But in order to meet both our housing and equity goals, we need to do more. So in order to achieve our greatest climate and housing benefits, Greenbelt Alliance is supportive of seeing an acre of land within the development donated to a nonprofit housing developer and developed to meet our most pressing needs, deeply affordable housing for family and people of all abilities. This can be done through an increase in market rate units by allowing greater height and density and an elimination of parking minimums. More parking means more cars on the road, which increases air pollution and greenhouse gases. It also reduces the livability of cities, decreases walkability, contributes to traffic, and takes up space that could better serve the community. By eliminating parking minimums in this project, you can make a substantial difference in both the climate and housing crisis. I urge you to take a full advantage of the Parkline Project to build a strong community of people and families of all income and abilities who thrive. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker is Sue Connolly, followed by Dennis.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate the time from the council and also from Mark Murray, John McGuire, and Thomas Yee for their outreach to our Burgess Classics community and their willingness to try to accommodate us, our greatest concerns. I grew up here. I love Menlo Park. I've also been a business owner and homeowner for 18 years in my house right now, which is abutting SRI. My chief concern is the size and height of the and density of this project. As mentioned by Kenneth Ma and also by the gentleman on Pine Street, it's just far in excess of what the surrounding neighborhoods currently can accommodate. And it's not simply just a visual thing, but it's also just the traffic and also the safety issues that everyone has been mentioning are still not being addressed. My chief concern is that there are a lot of well-intentioned outside organizations that are looking at this site to increase the housing here. And obviously there is a deficit, but what is very clear is that we continually hear reasons why other sites are not even being considered or not on the table, which notably the Sharon Heights Shopping Center is a perfect site and is underutilized now. And St. Bede's Church has offered to explore using their parking lot there for affordable housing. And then most notably too, I think that not only the density issues, but when we talk about the number of employees, will be 3,400 more cars plus the 400 or 480 cars from the new housing. And it's just something that's just untenable for the current gridlock that we have. I do propose that we utilize a better exit that goes on to Middlefield, which would be greater access to 101 and get people out faster without dumping them onto Laurel Street. We really do need to keep Laurel Street safer. It's currently not safe, and ironically, it's supposedly a safe route for bikes, but it's not now. And I have genuine concern about children dying on their way to school. It's the north-south route that I'm mostly concerned about, since the bike route will be going kind of east-west through the campus. So I really think the inequity with affordable housing has to be addressed by the city council and other members to not make it fall on on this part of Menlo Park and also on Bellhaven. If you look at anything from El Camino eastward, we're bearing the preponderance of the burden of the office buildings and also all the housing. And it's just patently not fair. I also want to thank Lane and SRI for trying to work with the garage so that they can protect the privacy of our bedrooms and living spaces, since we'll be sharing that. They'll be looking right into our homes. And also to try to protect from sounds from more than 1,000 cars that one garage will require. So thank you very much. I just really want to make sure that we stop trying to solve all of the housing problems that are historic from other developments and big offices going in and shoving everything into SRI. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker is Dennis, followed by Karen Grove. And I'll ask if Dennis, you don't mind sharing your last name.
Hello, good evening. Yeah, my name is Dennis Kurikin.
Perfect. Go right ahead, Dennis. Thank you.
Good evening, the council members, and good evening, everyone. So my name is Dennis Kurikin, and I live in Burgess Classics neighborhood for over 12 years now, close to the proposed SRI project. I mean, generally, I do support opening SRI campus to the public, but I have several serious concerns about the extent to which this neighborhood would be changed if this project was approved by the City Council in its current state. And Parkline Project contradicts a number of fundamental guidelines that are set out in Menlo Park General Plan approved by the city in 2014. Principle 1, guiding principle 1 of that general plan says that Menlo Park neighborhoods are protected from unreasonable development and unreasonable cut-through traffic. So how is building a 5-story buildings on the same block as single-family homes reasonable? How is assuming that people would walk for grocery shopping half a mile across the railway tracks reasonable? And that's a big assumption in putting residential buildings there without the supporting commercial infrastructure. How is increasing traffic several times on the streets that are heavily used by elementary, middle, and high school children for biking to and from school reasonable? As a parent, I used to drive my kids to school when they were too young to bike. Even in the current traffic, I had a number of near misses with the kid bikers on Laurel. We will have many more accidents involving kid bikers with increased rush hour traffic, or kids would have to stop biking to school, which one do we want? I mean, injured children or unhealthy children who would have to be driven everywhere? This project is needed, but it's critically misplaced. It belongs in downtown, close to Santa Cruz, grocery shopping, and restaurants where people have access to all the supporting infrastructure. Another principle of the general plan says that Menlo Park children and young adults have equal access to excellent childcare and education. So, and with this project, we will have to densify our schools, decreasing the quality of education for our children. Another aspect of the project is the huge office component. I question the need for additional office space in Menlo Park. It significantly contributes to the traffic everyone already discussed, but fundamentally, there's not as much need for office space as there used to be in pre-COVID world. Over 20% of office space in San Francisco is now vacant, up from 5% in 2019. Same trend for San Mateo County. So how does it make sense to build additional offices on top of the vacant office space that we already built in Bellhaven, which mandates the current need for housing? I'm fairly certain that in a couple of years, we will start seeing developers repurposing the massive unused office real estate into condos and apartments. And finally, I have to say, in order to justify its name, the Parkline Project needs more park, but less multi-level parking. Definitely you need to move parking underground. On the same footprint, no need to demolish the trees, but definitely need to move the parking underground. So in summary, my suggestions: decrease the overall square footage, limit the height of the buildings to 3 floors to preserve the nature of the neighborhood, move the parking underground to allow for more park, and rethink the traffic to allow children bike safely to and from schools. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker is Karen Grove, followed by Pam Jones.
Hi, I'm Karen Grove. I live in Menlo Park. And I used to be on the Housing Commission, and I'm involved with Menlo Together. I've been very much following the housing element. I'm a little bit reacting to the idea that's been proposed in other comments that it's a choice between putting housing on this site or some other site, when actually it's really, really hard to find enough sites to build the housing that the state requires us to plan for by law, with consequences if we don't do it. So I think it's really, really important to take full advantage of all the sites that have any potential at all And this one just happens to be the one that's actually under review right now. So it's getting a lot of attention. It also happens to be one that has so much potential because of where it is, because of how big it is, because the developer is being extraordinarily open to suggestions and recognizes the need as a member of the community and as a person for deeply affordable housing for people of all abilities. And I really appreciate the proposed update to the plan to increase heights. And I don't know if you increase densities, but to increase the number of market rate homes, and along with that, the number of below market rate homes that are included there, and the dedication of an acre of land for 100% affordable housing that we as a community can decide which of our greatest needs that would serve. I'd love to see the land dedication situated next to or within the other housing site, just so that the people who live there feel like they're part of the community and not isolated in a corner. And also so that they also have the benefit of being close to El Camino and the Caltrain station and downtown shops. So I don't know if that's possible, but that would be a lovely update to the update. And then for the market rate housing with the below market rate included, I would love for the developer, even though we have not yet updated our guidelines, but I'd like to consider setting the rents so that all of the people who income qualify can actually afford the rent. So that would be a deviation from our current program guidelines, but I think it would be one well worth making so that more people can enjoy the benefit of living in this, what looks to be a beautiful development. And I would be happy if this included even more housing. And I'm grateful for the changes that you have made. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker is Pam Jones, followed by Nicola Diolady.
Good evening and thank you, Mayor Nash, Vice Mayor Willison, Council Members Combe, Mueller, Taylor, staff, and lane partners. This is Pam D. Jones, Menlo Park residents in the Bellhaven neighborhood, District 1. First, I would like to encourage you to create a realistic affordability policy. Recently, once again, Menlo Park has made the news as the most expensive rents in the Bay Area and now in San Mateo County. We need to correct that. It's not a thing to be proud of, at least not in my mind. I have a different approach with this, and that is at some point, we as a city need to decide if we will make an honest and sincere attempt to meet the 2023-2030 housing elements. This is not just the council, but it's the residents of the city. We must decide if we are willing to take responsibility for the office space, which brought in pre-pandemic more than 20,000 employees in District 1. Are we willing to create housing for our city staff? Maybe that's the reason why we're having difficulty hiring. Housing for our police, our fire, our teachers, and so on and so on. And this will help our environment. Is it acceptable to be comfortable with the number of people who commute 90 miles one direction and they come here to provide service? Think about the toll on the environment and most importantly, the people. Are we willing to close the work housing imbalance? Are we willing to be a live, work, play city? Or will we rest on our laurels and attempt to maintain a unique village character left over from 1874? I strongly support an increase in housing and particularly affordable units. This is a prize site. We cannot waste it. To be consistent with the other projects, I have always said, I urge to have the office space and double the housing. That is the only way we're really going to solve the problem. But I also have to applaud lane partners for the work that they have done to increase the affordability units. I encourage the council to work with Parkland to increase housing and affordable units. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Nicola Dioleti, followed by Ken Chan.
Hello, good evening. My name is Nicola Dioleti. I'm a resident of Linfield Oaks. First of all, I would like to applaud the process that has been followed so far. I think it has had a great amount of community involvement, and I'm really appreciative of that. Also, I sympathize with the city council that is forced to make decisions between growth and sustainability. As a resident of Linfield Oaks, I relate to the other residents that have spoken before me. Every morning I bike my children to Encinal Elementary School, and I'm honestly terrified of what is going to happen once we increase the density and the traffic at the intersection between Laurel and Ravenswood. Laurel is currently not that safe to bike with kids, and what I see proposed is going to make the situation only worse. At the same time, I also recognize the need to increase housing. And when I look at the drawings that are proposed, it does not escape me that all the housing is piled up at Laurel and Ravenswood, while the great green campus that is spacious and bright and sunny and green is all reserved for commercial and R&D space. So what I would ask is really to consider a better distribution of the housing over the available site, and also make sure that alongside with housing and office space, there's also room made for services like stores and shopping, so that people don't have to cross El Camino, which is totally crazy to think that people will walk from Laurel to go grocery shopping or go shopping on Santa Cruz and then walk back with their purchases. I walk every day, and I guarantee you that that's not how people can reasonably go shopping. So we need to make a little bit of services available within this campus. So what I'm asking is, let's take a holistic approach. Let's look at the safety on Laurel, and let's look at providing a better distribution of the housing and better services within this site. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker is Ken Chan, followed by Peter.
Hello, members of the Menlo Park City Council. My name is Ken Chan, and I'm an organizer with the Housing Leadership Council of San Mateo County. We work with communities and their leaders to produce and preserve quality, affordable homes, which is exactly why I'm here tonight. On behalf of HLC, I'd first like to thank both SRI and Lane Partners for putting forth this proposal and bringing us together to hear and talk about it tonight. As mentioned at the previous Planning Commission meeting back in March, I like to say that while the 400 proposed homes on the site would be extraordinarily beneficial in helping to close the jobs housing imbalance that we're all collectively experiencing at this moment, more can be done. We can address this by dedicating a site that is viable and set aside for 100% affordable homes. In addition, I'd like to highlight our partnership with the developers in Lane Partners, the landowner SRI, and the city with an affordable housing developer will provide the greatest number of affordable homes at the deepest levels of affordability, which could potentially include services that support our residents here in Menlo Park and what they need to thrive. We're especially interested in after school care, computer labs, playgrounds, and other amenities that affordable housing developers have experience in providing. Thanks so much.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker is Peter, followed by Michael Hart. And Peter, if you wouldn't mind sharing your last name. So Peter, it does look like you are off mute. You may have to check your either headset or device to make sure that your microphone is engaged. Okay, Peter, I'm going to return to you and go to Michael Hart.
Hi, thank you very much. My name is Michael Hart. I'm a resident of the Burgess Classics neighborhood and share a property line with the SRI campus. So I want to start by first, sharing a note, echoing what some others have said, that I really appreciate the team's willingness to solicit feedback from the neighbors, as well as council's investment in time and engaging with community feedback around this project. It's a really big project, and I think, as a lot of others have noted, it can have a really profound impact on the traffic congestion and safety in the neighborhood. So really, I'd like to ask the council, to continue to exercise a thoughtful judgment, in looking at how this project will impact vehicle traffic in the surrounding neighborhood, and really think long term around how the additional traffic fits within, all of the great proposals we've heard around additional bike lanes and pedestrian thoroughfares. Also, I know the team mentioned there's additional details forthcoming around the parking facility near some of the existing homes, and I very much look forward to hearing additional details about that. I know there's a lot of very big, important aspects to this project, and the parking facility is kind of just one small aspect of it, but it's an aspect that could have a really outsized impact on neighbors. And so definitely look forward to getting some additional detail on some of the specifics about how that part of the project will unfold once construction starts. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. So I'm going to return to Peter, followed by Adina Levin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, perfect. Thank you, Peter.
Great. My name is Peter Chow. I really just want to echo some of the comments that were made earlier by Sue, Kenneth, Dennis, Nicola. I mean, generally I'm supportive of this development, but only under the base scheme of 400 housing units. I mean, some of my chief concerns are the amount of parking, 3,200, employees, 3,900. And people have to be prepared for gridlock. I mean, sometimes it takes 25 minutes to go from Middlefield to 101. And if you live on, West Menlo Park or Central Menlo Park or Sharon Heights, and you want to get down on Ravenswood, then be prepared to add another 15 minutes to your commute. So people need to be mindful of that. The other aspect is that we haven't talked enough about the ingress egress bike lane along Burgess Street. I mean, we've discussed in prior meetings homelessness, and people loitering back there along that path. I just think that's a dangerous situation. I think we need to keep eyes on the street. There are already, dedicated bike lanes on Laurel, on Ravenswood, on Linfield. My chief concern is really also the number of housing units. I mean, like the amount of congestion and traffic. I don't think people are prepared to live in this high density environment. The general plan, you spoke about protecting people's right and creating an environment that was characteristic of the neighborhood. I think we need to emphasize that. And so, safety is a concern. The more cars, the more traffic. And I think people need to just think about the future impact of that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker will be Adina Levin, followed by Mihal Bortnick.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, staff, and Lane Partners team. My name is Adina Levin, and wanted to refer to a letter that I sent with a petition that was signed by, I believe, over 70 people, including over 60 Menlo Park residents, and including some people that were former Menlo Park residents who had to move away, some of them because of housing prices. And this petition was signed by people who were seeking, who are supporting this development and wanting to see more homes, including more affordable homes at this site. Having gone to the housing element site tour over the weekend and looking at the various different sites around the city, there were some sites around the city where it is really not clear about whether the a property owner is willing to redevelop their property. And this is a site where it is really clear that there is a property owner and a developer that are eager to develop. It is really a fantastic site that is near the downtown, near the Caltrain, near the services of the downtown, really amenity-rich place. Love what the developer has done with the trails and the green space that is both attractive and gives people good potential to get around town to schools and services without having to drive in a car. Speaking of getting around without driving in a car, which is helpful to our environmental goals, I do, as a recently former member of the Complete Streets Commission, would recommend that this project be brought to the Complete Streets Commission to look at the details and issues of circulation and safety that a number of people are bringing up. And in particular, appreciate what the developer is proposing to do to set aside some land for deeply affordable housing, which is really important to meet the needs of people in our community and to meet the city's needs for this housing element. So strongly support this project, including more dense homes and affordable housing. The other point that I wanted to mention is that in the previous housing element, almost all of the housing and affordable housing was cited in District 1. And this is one of the excellent opportunities to have housing at equivalent densities in other parts of the city. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Michał Bortnick, followed by Steve Pang.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Michał Bortnick. I live in Menlo Park, and I'm speaking in support of the Parkline Project. Just want to thank the applicant team for being so tuned in and responsive to the community needs and input, and I'm especially grateful for your support of the deeply affordable housing development on the site. And tonight, I want to speak in support of higher density of housing for this project that would support more affordable housing and more open space. I was, just as an aside, pretty surprised to hear that we're only planning for 7% of the people who will take one of the new jobs, that only 7% of them are expected to live in Menlo Park. And just made me wonder, is it because they don't want to live in Menlo Park or because they can't afford to live in Menlo Park? And I think that answer is really, could be really telling for us. But back to the density. So some quick math. The latest proposal has 450 units on 10 acres, so about 45 units per acre. If we increase the density to 100, we would free up more than 5 acres for open space, for sports fields, or I would hope for additional acre of deeply affordable housing. But why 100 units per acre? So we already are building at that density in other parts of town, like in District 1. And by comparison, this site has better access to city services, to Caltrain, to downtown businesses. So it would even make even more sense to do that for this project. And I also just really hope that we apply the same principles and the same standards for this project as we do for District 1 projects. As I understand, historically, we haven't done that. We've applied different standards for projects in District 1 versus the rest of the city, and I hope we can feel good about putting an end to that practice today. So to sum up, please consider increasing the parkline density to 100 units per acre and freeing up the land for open spaces and affordable homes that come with it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Steve Pang, followed by Katie Baruzzi. And I would also like to take one final call for public comment on our study session item G1. So Steve, you're all set.
Yeah, hi. My name is Steve Pang. So I'm a homeowner at Burgess Park since it started in '99. So I've been a resident of Menlo Park for 23 years. I just want to give my voice of the Burgess Park community, against the inclusion, the thought of inclusion of additional units, and also against some of the other aspects such as the bike path and perhaps the open campus. Additionally, I want to give my voice against the idea of donating, quote unquote, an acre of land to a third party. Such a donation would, no accountability, and no limits on what you control. And if there were to be any other additional changes to the housing as is, it would be better to have it structured by a park lane rather than an unrelated third party. The traffic already is heavy upon Laurel, as many of us in Menlo Park know. Ever since I've been here, they've included speed bumps on Laurel and Willow Road to try to calm things down. The traffic here at this project is not a vacuum. Okay, the Stanford Middle Plaza will be coming online shortly with the massive amounts of offices and housing. The Dairy Lane project is going to come online shortly. Again, massive amounts of residents and businesses. We have the SRI campus of Question, and right around the corner is going to be USGS development. Again, that's going to be massive amounts of housing and traffic. So this area already, as some others have pointed out, Laurel Street intersection is already congested. With all these things coming online, it's going to be impossible to get through Menlo Park. Lastly, there's been a notion of real estate or housing equity in Menlo Park, and I think it's long overdue that that there's other parts of Menlo Park that haven't been carrying their burden of housing equity, and that particularly is Sharon Heights. I don't know of any substantial development that has been proposed or even developed or on the table for housing. Most of it is down here in this part of Menlo Park because of the amenities and the public transit. Sharon Heights also has these things, and it should be looked at for future development. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Katie Baruzzi, followed by Brooke Cotter. Katie, it looks like you might have put your hand down. Was that intentional, or did you want to comment on this item? Perfect, thank you.
Hi, sorry, Katie Baruzzi. I serve on Complete Streets, but I'm speaking for myself. I think a lot of people have made good points, so I'll try not to be redundant. To safety issues and changes on Laurel, I want to point out that there have been some changes that were already approved and are moving their way up the pipeline, including things like bike boxes, and I believe an additional left turn signal from Ravenswood onto Laurel. And I think our public works staff can talk more about that, but I do think it's important to keep, as we add density, to keep looking at the safety issues that arise and addressing them. I appreciate the one parking spot per unit proposed. Underparking, in quote unquote underparking a development is a really great way to incentivize people who don't plan on using cars for every trip to live there. I did notice in the Planning Commission that planning commissioners requested a similar lower parking ratio for the offices, and I don't think that's been addressed. That would certainly help with proposed traffic. I know a lot of people from SRI currently take the train. I think we can do a lot more there. I too support increased density. I would also, we have tall buildings in other places in the city. There's one on the corner of Valparaiso and University that always seems to surprise people. It doesn't stick out like a sore thumb. It's just kind of there, surrounded by much shorter buildings and also green space. And I think if we want to play with this geometry, you know, maybe some of the buildings there could be taller and have more green space, or pickleball courts, or a second community swimming pool in the area. I would just encourage us to be creative with that and not inflexible. I also just wanted to say, sort of zooming out for a minute, I've been spending a lot of time looking at the housing element sites, and I think this is one of the very few parcels that can actually be redeveloped. And I think we should take advantage of it. We need this housing, we really do. We need as much of it to be affordable as possible. And if you look at a density map of the peninsula, our density adjacent to the train station is actually lower than that of other cities up and down the peninsula. I think that's in part because of this giant parcel, SRI and USGS, where you've had offices instead of housing. Other communities tend to have a lot more people living per square mile than we do. So I think this is an opportunity for us to embrace transit-oriented housing and also starting to meet the need that's been building up for decades in our community. And I encourage you to be creative and meet the moment. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And our final speaker will be Brooke Cotter.
Is this actually on, or has it been shut off? Okay.
Yes, just get pretty close to the mic so
Perfect.
we can hear you on the Zoom. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Brooke Cotter. I'm a resident of Menlo Park, and I'm speaking with time also donated from John Kugler, who will be on Zoom via Brooksy, as well as on behalf of Gail Garten, Menlo Park resident. I just first want to thank you for all of your time, and I want to make very clear that I'm very excited about this project. I agree it's unprecedented, and it's an amazing opportunity for Menlo Park. But my request of the council is to decrease the overall size of the Parkline project, design a more thorough and thoughtful traffic flow, and put in more usable open space. I want to bring to your attention to some key points from the established Menlo Park general plan that are not yet reflected adequately in this proposed project. I submitted the references in my written comment, but in essence, the general plan states that any new project must, quote, be compatible with the scale, look, and feel of the surrounding neighborhood, and that respects the city's residential character, require accessible open space in the form of plazas, greens, community gardens, and parks, and require new residential development to dedicate land or pays fee in lieu thereof for park and recreational purposes. I want to be sure the City Council continues to understand the concern of our local community regarding the sheer scope and size of the proposed SRI project. I've been following along closely with the housing element, so I understand the pressures and housing needs at play, and I absolutely acknowledge the need for housing. And I agree SRI is a wonderful opportunity site, but we need to build there more thoughtfully. I implore the city to be more thoughtful about its housing densification and distribution throughout the city and its traffic, health, and climate change impacts. To be very clear, it is not the idea of new neighbors that we as a local community are responding to. I personally think new neighbors would be great. Anyone who knows me knows that I love building community. It's the traffic, cars, and infrastructure issues that have not been clearly thought through in this particular project design that concern me. The 400 units of housing as currently designed is too dense for the surrounding residential neighborhood and streets, especially since the project is simply overbuilding above market rates that we do not actually need in Menlo Park. We are 600% above our target already. Decrease the overall number of units, but increase the below market percentage to achieve the housing we actually need in this community. You may say the developers won't do it, but yes, they can. They're standing to make millions on this commercial aspect of this project, and we should request that what we as a community need in return. For those demanding even more housing, let us not get carried away by putting an unrealistic density. Let us actually think about what those numbers mean for the surrounding infrastructures. And just to give a little perspective of what the scope of 400 units on the currently allotted space would mean to the residential area, the new Stamper complex has 218 units. The Spring Line, 184. Both of these are on a major artery, El Camino. This is Menlo Park's chance to be proactive, thoughtful, and forward-thinking. Do not allow any vehicular entrances to the housing development on Laurel. Create safe walking and biking lanes only. All traffic can be directed through Ravenswood or Middlefield. Yes, it is possible. The project is currently designed would increase the cars that enter SRI property on Laurel Street from right across from Burgess Park by more than 100-fold. That is an insane ask of a small neighborhood street, a neighborhood that is a bike route, pedestrian walkway, and park entrance. You can build the same much needed housing and still preserve walkability, bikeability, and decrease car dependence for those that are able. And as a reminder, the Menlo Park General Plan clearly states that Laurel Street is a neighborhood collector, which is a primary residential street for which we should prioritize walking and biking. Middlefield and Ravenswood are designated avenues and considered main routes for all forms of traffic. Many of you on City Council say you want safe bike routes to school. You want to promote pedestrian and bike safety. This current design, as it affects Laurel, does not achieve that goal. Our city absolutely needs to demand more open space in this project. Actual, usable, open space. More fields, more parks, picnic and outdoor play areas to accommodate the hundreds of people this project will infuse into the area. Where are the playgrounds and playing fields? Where are the community amenities to support the influx of hundreds of people? The community pool, the exercise facility, the space for a childcare facility, where are those? It'd be wonderful if this development increased the open space available to all of Menlo Park, but at the bare minimum, it should be net neutral, which this design most certainly is not. And this is not some off-the-wall request. Reciprocal open space is clearly stated and required by the Menlo Park General Plan. Also, let us not forget, this is actually predominantly a commercial development, yet we are distracted and being divided as a community over the housing aspect only. The commercial office space will have little to no true community amenities. If we as a community want the project to incorporate more housing, do so in exchange for decreased commercial space, the same commercial space which will simply further drive up the housing target number issues. I understand and embrace the need for increased housing answers in our community, but we must demand that it is done thoughtfully. I spend my days solving problems and making tough decisions in a sea of ambiguity, so I get it, I really do. But I also spend my day very thoughtfully balancing out the whole picture, and I'm simply asking City Council to do the same. For those that think we as a local community just don't want something next door, that's not it. Perhaps shift your perspective and realize that it comes from our daily view of what the pitfalls could be, what the dangers to children on bike will be due to traffic, what the overcrowding of the park already looks like, the frustrations of local working parents that cannot find childcare activities for their kids because everything is already filled, that we are simply trying to advocate for a balanced project for the overall benefit of Menlo Park present and future. One that includes housing and outdoor usable space and community benefits. People are pitting neighborhoods against each other, jumping in last minute and not understanding the nuances of the issue and promoting half-truths. It's absolutely disheartening and disappointing. So please hear me now. I'm not saying do not build. I'm saying build, but be forward thinking about what we actually need as a community, not what is best for the developer. Build housing, but decrease the overall size of the project while increasing the percentage of the below market rate housing we actually need. Build housing, but do it in exchange for decreased commercial space. Build, but promote safer traffic patterns. Build, but demand more open, usable space. Build, but build better. So my request of the council is to consider decreasing the overall size of the Parkline project, design a more thoughtful traffic flow, and put in more usable actual open space in line with the Menlo Park General Plan. And if the council decides not to build in accordance with the principles outlined by that plan, my question is, why? Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Mayor Nash, that concludes public comment for this item. I return the meeting.
Thank you very much. And now we will open for City Council discussion. Who would like to start? Perhaps I will then pick on the person whose district it is in. Vice Mayor Willison, would you please start?
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So I'll just take a deep breath. That was a lot of community involvement, which is wonderful to hear. And I first just want to say I'm sorry I couldn't be there tonight. My family's on a little bit of a lockdown. We have something coming up and we're trying to minimize our exposure at the moment. I want to thank all of the public speakers, many of whom I've been meeting with over the past year and a half or so, exchanging many emails with and listening to. I also want to do a ex parte communication disclosure that I have been I have met with Lane Partners and Mark Murray multiple times over the last year or so to reflect what I've been hearing from the community and to discuss the project. So I just wanted to put that out there, but that has in no way biased or influenced any of my decisions. So I think that Ms. Cotter at the end asked a fabulous question, which is, why, or what guides our decisions, or how do we approach projects, and what values do we apply in our decision-making process. And because this is in my district, it's obviously very sensitive to me, and being the district representative. And when I ran for council, I laid out a vision of a Menlo Park that was welcoming and sustainable and walkable, and really 3 top values that I was going to apply to my decision-making, which were safe streets for people of all ages and abilities. So as many of the speakers outlined, so kids can get around safely without fear. Climate action at the local level, so our children and grandchildren have a place to exist in, and housing at all income levels throughout the city, so that we can, as some have said, have people working in our stores and taking care of our kids, and really keeping the Silicon Valley going. And actually more housing in Menlo Park is good for the climate. As Ms. Jones was talking about, 90-minute commutes and people that aren't allowed to live close having to emit greenhouse gas emissions. So I just want to mention that for those of you who really care about environmental issues, housing policy really is an environmental policy. And so the way I see myself as a district representative, as a city council member, is as a trustee, a steward of our city, to tend to our current residents, and also to think forward and to help shape our community in a way so that it grows and flourishes in a beautiful way. And so that's how I'm thinking about this project. This is how I think about projects, whether they're in my district or not. And so I'm asking myself a few questions. Have I listened to, elevated, and tried to mitigate concerns of those impacted by this project significantly? Have I maximized the benefits that this project can bring to our community? And are the features of this project, how and can they support the vision that I've put forth to the community, and I believe I was elected on the sustainable, welcoming, walkable, livable Menlo Park? And so from that, I just want to reflect back some of the things I heard tonight and some of the things I've heard over the last year, about some things I've heard from folks in the Burgess Classics campus, who I have to commend, who've been extremely engaged. I just have really enjoyed getting to know that neighborhood. And they've been very consistent with some of their concerns about density, particularly around the perimeter of their neighborhood, about the parking garage and the noise and the lights. I've heard concerns, as were shared tonight, about security, particularly behind their homes. Definitely heard a lot, and I share their concerns about safety on Laurel Street for the kids, for walking and biking. Also comments about traffic and concerns. A lot of talk about open space, and not just the open space that the applicant is suggesting, but more like amenity open space, that pickleball, swimming pools, soccer fields, those types of amenities that are oversubscribed at Burgess Park and throughout our other parks. And I believe one of the speakers was talking about more services. I'd love to just to have a place to get an ice cream cone on this side of El Camino, things like that. I've also heard from the church about noise levels and accessibility. I've heard from MPCSD about their interest in the increased property tax that could come from this project. Just a lot of people sharing some thoughts, and also in the larger community, as was reflected at the Planning Commission meeting that was shared with us, and that I also watched, the need for housing in our community, concerns about the jobs, housing imbalance, and whatnot. So I will go ahead and just list out some, so that's what I've been hearing. And now I'll provide feedback and kind of direction. So regarding the church, I would just ask that the project applicant continue to work with the church on that noise and access issue. I do want to say in terms of the Burgess Classics neighborhood, you know, I've been listening a lot and to what they've been saying. And I do think that the applicant has done a lot to mitigate some of their, I would call them neighborhood concerns for that specific neighborhood. Particularly, the original plan was to have apartments next to the Burgess Classic neighborhood. They've instead put in townhomes that now have their own access road, which I think mitigates some of those density height issues right at their homes. The parking garage, I heard a lot about concerns about headlights and horn honkings that was going to be right behind their neighborhood. And I believe, and I would encourage the developer and staff to really confirm, you know, making sure that's a walled parking garage that doesn't have openings so that the light and the noise is mitigated. I believe the developer is even leaving the area behind Burgess Classics empty with a field and not activating that area to leave privacy. And I encourage the developer and staff to really mitigate construction, shielding, any kind of privacy issues for that neighborhood. And also security, to really outline what the security plan is so that the paths, the bike and ped paths behind those homes are very safe. I do also want to say that I am pleased with the townhomes having their own access road. In the original proposal that Lane Partners put out, I believe all the commercial could also access via the entrance on Laurel, but now it's just residential. But to that point, I am hearing a lot of concern about safety on Laurel. To Ms. Cotter's point, I'm one of those council members that talks a lot about safe routes, and I do not want to make any situation worse. I don't think that congestion and traffic has to, I don't think more has to mean less safe if we can design it in a way where we can mitigate the safety issues, maybe doing turn restrictions, certainly making world-class, like the highest quality bike lanes. As Ms. Baruzzi said, council did approve a project at the corner of Ravenswood and Laurel to make that intersection safer and to complete that disappearing bike lane. So I would direct our staff to come back with, you know, what are the plans around the perimeter, just as we've been asking about Willow Village and kind of how that, or the Planning Commission has, how that site is going to bring people in and around in a safe way. So too should SRI not be an island, but people need to be able to go around and to that project safely. I think one way also to help with the congestion and traffic is to underpark it as much as possible. Fewer cars will bring fewer parking spots will bring fewer cars. Really crank up the shuttle system. I know Commissioner Krista Carty has been trying to shop around an idea about getting different developers and companies to pay into kind of a citywide, potentially public-private shuttle system, kind of like our own Marguerite. I would encourage Lane Partners to look into that, to give transit passes to residents and workers, you know, e-bikes, really crank up the transportation demand management, to definitely bring this to the Complete Streets Commission. They have better ideas than I do. For the open space and amenities, you know, as I mentioned, I definitely had heard more, you know, usable open space like fields, pickleball courts, I don't know, swimming pools, that type of thing. So seeing how and if we can, I don't know, consolidate some of the office area to enable more open space that the community feels works for them, and then even workshop with community members about those trade-offs. So, you know, would they be willing to have potentially a taller office building if it meant more areas for, I keep going back to ice cream. I like ice cream and pickleball courts or whatnot. Because I think this site is so enormous that where the office buildings are sitting, if it's really deep in the site and in the site core, some of those trade-offs might be worth it. We might not even see some of these tall buildings. I know we all have kind of a knee-jerk reaction when we're talking about building height, but I think we have to understand what we can get out of going higher and what we lose by not going higher, and then the context. So it's one thing if it's a tall building, you know, right smack in front of our face, but if the setback is right, the trees are there, and different aspects, it could be worth that trade-off. And then in terms of the jobs housing imbalance, you know, Ms. Jones said, you know, half the jobs, double the housing. My sense is that, you know, SRI needs a certain amount of office space. So if the lever, you know, I would encourage you, if you can go back and do less office, I think, you know, folks would be happy. But definitely looking at that jobs housing imbalance, looking at the, is there a way to turn up the housing a little bit? Being creative with the use of the site. I like the idea of activating potentially that corner near MA, maybe bringing some of the other housing around there to relieve some of the burden or to share some of the burden that's at the Laurel Ravenswood corner. Affordable, the 1 acre would be an amazing gift. Potentially looking to go from the 15% inclusionary to 20% if you can. Let's see what else. I'm just running through this really fast. I know there was one project on Middlefield and Willow next to Willow Market where the council, I believe, capped the number of employees. So I'd be curious, is there a way we can get some kind of assurance on exactly how many people are coming? Let's see. Definitely all of the climate measures, making that as aggressive as possible. I would also, on Ravenswood, this is something I've always wondered. Currently when the kids leave MA and if they want to head downtown, there's no sidewalk on the Atherton side of the street. It's on Ravenswood between Middle and Marcuson. And I know that's Atherton jurisdiction, but if you're looking at moving curb lines and roads at all, potentially working with Atherton to fill in that sidewalk gap. In terms of the aesthetics, I do think that the mission style residential seems like a really smart way to go. I wonder about, I think you said that the office would be a modern look. I think making sure that it's kind of a little warm. I feel like our downtown look has more offices that aren't so glassy and just a little bit of a warmer look. I'm not an architect, so I would leave that up to you, but I just want to make sure it's compatible with the mission style residential. And I'd be interested in, this is for the council, on potentially forming a subcommittee to work on this project when the time comes on a development agreement. And then I would like to ask our staff for recommendations on how we go about quantifying the community amenities for this project. I know we have different ways of thinking about community amenities. And so we have, you know, the Bayfront model and the downtown specific plan model. This project's so big, I think we should think about it. And finally, I just want to say that this is a once in a generation opportunity. And I know there's a lot of concern about our safe streets and concern about cars, but this is exactly the kind of place near downtown, near our city campus, near schools, near transit. And this is the kind of project that can set the standard that we want for that vision of our city that's really walkable and people can get out of their cars, go to the library, go to the park. And I think that this is the type of opportunity. And I just think that if we can continue to work together, listen to community members, understand the trade-off, this could be really great. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Willison. I greatly appreciate you going first. I'm just realized, City Clerk Sharon, could you please put back, or could someone put up the list of questions that staff is asking council to address.
Karina, did you want to display that slide?
Yes, I think I may have closed the presentation. Do you have it handy?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Let's hope I find the right slide here.
While we're waiting, I will note that this side of El Camino Real will be getting an ice cream shop soon at the Springline, the new Springline development. They are bringing in apparently a very exciting new ice cream shop. Thank you very much. Okay, does anyone else, Councilmember Mueller, would you like to add anything?
Yeah, so at the outset, I think I appreciate all the feedback we got from the community on all the different topics. What's important for me when I'm thinking about this project and is where we are right now in the process, and where we are right now in the process is in a study session. And so when I'm thinking about community comments, I'm listening to them and the points they're making, but some of them are comments that are going to become, I think, more relevant in time when we're actually looking at the draft EIRs that come out and we're assessing impacts. The one thing that's interesting about the site for me is that it's a 63.2 acre site. And if it were all single family housing, it would be at 7 houses per square acre, about 445 homes. And so we're still talking about the same number of residents, but put into a dense multifamily housing for recapture of land that allows for the recapture of land around that, which some of which will be the replacement of 1.1 million office space, but not any additional. And the other is going to be recapture of land that can be used for public use. So, assessing what the impact of that is going to come out through the draft EIR process. And the way so what we're looking at now is what we're asking people, so people understand the process. There's the study session where we look through these different topics and we say, well, these are the things we're interested in. It's not prescriptive. We don't tell the applicant what to do, because candidly, that's not our job. We tell the applicant what we're interested in and what we'd like to see in the project, but it's still the applicant's project. They then submit it to a draft EIR process to look at impacts, and we look at the impacts that come out of that EIR process to determine whether or not we want to scale down the project. So what we're really looking at tonight is looking at potentially maximums that we're saying in advance we'd be comfortable with, and then giving sort of input in these areas, and the applicant can take it or not. The applicant in this case has shown a willingness to work with the neighborhood, and I have to say this is the first applicant that I've really come across that has been saying, please don't put pressure on us to do too much. I've never heard that from an applicant before, ever. So, which because they're very interested in what the community in the neighborhood wants near them, and so I give them credit for that. So all that being said, and then there was some comments that I have to address
regarding West Menlo Park and Sharon Heights. And just so everyone is aware, we have actually in the housing element looked at the Sharon Heights Shopping Center and and do want to upzone it to a mixed use project to bring in housing, to put housing there. I'm very interested in that as a city council member, and we actually got a petition of residents from the area supporting that. We just need a developer to want to bring the project through. That's something else I just would point out to residents is the council doesn't control where the projects come in. And so developers choose where they want to go ahead and develop. And in this case, the landowner SRI is working with the developer who is the entity bringing it forward. But even then, the developer will not own the land. And so that's something to sort of take into account what's taking place here. So as I go through proposed land uses and site density and intensity, I again want to hear from Councilmember Wolson and what she's thinking there, because that wasn't entirely clear to me on that subject. I know that the applicant is trying to be responsive to what the community has indicated. And I've heard multiple residents say that they were comfortable, but not comfortable with looking at more. I'm not sure whether or not that's applicable to the affordable housing site at the corner of Ravenswood and Middlefield, candidly, because the prior iterations I've seen of this project did not include the church site. And I would note that the church site, if it was being fully used, I'd be very interested to see what the impact was in an environmental impact report in terms of traffic for a fully utilized church building as compared to a housing building, an affordable housing unit. But regardless, we really need an affordable housing site, and to have one like that near services in proximity to a railroad, is something that we just don't get every day. So because it's a brand new piece that's being brought to the table, I'd be interested in looking at it, and then we can assess the impacts in the DEIR and talk about those with the neighborhood. But I think it's too important not to be included in the EIR assessment. Site access, I'm not sure. That's, I mean, my input is yes. Of course, vehicle, pedestrian, bicycle. So we need all of it. I appreciate the fact that there'll be bicycle routes through it. Conceptual architectural designs. At the scale that we're looking at for these buildings, at the density, it seems like Mission is right. I would say, I think given, I will say that depending upon what the interior buildings look like, it could end up looking like a Mission castle. But I leave it to the experts to tell me what they think. They're trying to be very thoughtful about putting it along Ravenswood Road and keep two-story buildings scaled next to the neighborhood. Design and layout of the open space. I too am very interested in seeing the open space programmed with pickleball courts and bocce, and as much as we can pack into it to go ahead and be community amenity. We were able to do that with, gosh, I always want to call it Greenheart, whatever, with the name of the, Springline, with the new dog park, which I think is going to be, people are really going to look forward to in those plazas. So to the extent we can do that here and create community serving open space, very much want that. I'm going to rely on the parking locations and ratios right now by what our staff are telling us, but it's something that I'll say to the community I'll be looking at very closely in the DEIR process. So the hard part about the study session tonight, and I hope that this gives the community some area of trust in the process, is tonight we talk about the world in terms of what we would want and assume it works. In the DEIR process, when it comes back, we look in the world of what we got assess whether or not it did work, and then make adjustments, and then propose sustainability measures. So yeah, I want them. So I will pass to the next council member.
Thank you. Councilmember Combs.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. I mean, it's sort of echoing what Councilmember Mueller said, obviously in a study session. As an individual council member, I am sharing my general thoughts. There's no sort of necessarily going to be a straw poll, and it's not my project, and there are like a thousand different things going on here. And so I want to preface and frame it in that way, but trying to be responsive to some of the key topics and to what we heard from some residents. I do want to say I echo the concern of regarding sort of traffic impacts specifically on Laurel, whether that has been mitigated enough in the most recent design or not, I think is something up for discussion, but it is something that I will be mindful of as the project sort of makes its way through the process. The overall sort of architectural style as it relates to the residential mission style, you generally can't I guess go wrong with mission in most cases, and generally supportive. You know, I have to say that overall for me there is some disappointment with the project. It just seems like to some degree a general suburban office park with some high density housing sort of on the edges. There is sort of not the sort of innovation, some of the new approaches to the integration of office in commercial and residential that you see being proposed in some other projects, even one other very large nameless project in the city that I'm recused from. So I do have to express some disappointment. Like I say, that it just seems like general suburban, almost 1960s office park, some, sort of massive parking structures. And I don't necessarily see the innovation that I would like to see. Maybe it is what it is. I know that obviously some of the structures are being retained, and so that presents some limitations, and appreciate the limitations around, and I'm sure the cost around sort of subterranean parking, and certainly I'm not asking for that. But as I sit here, at this moment as a single council member, that's something that that stands out to me. All in favor of less parking, of pushing that issue. And again, regarding issues of density, I don't know that for a number of reasons I'm necessarily on board with a more dense project. And so yeah, like I do see, and again, it's just like sort of choosing what you think is appropriate, but when you see some of the both here in Palo Alto, maybe some of the taller buildings that went up, maybe I think it was in the 70s or the early 80s, and to me they don't blend in. Every time I see them, I don't not see them, I see them, and every time I see them I think that they're ugly. Maybe that has something more to do with the architectural style, and if they were nicer and didn't look like they came straight out of the 70s, I would appreciate them more. But I do think that there is an impact. The higher we go, both an aesthetic impact and of course just an overall all impact that comes with greater density, and whether those impacts work for the city. Even though, again, I appreciate and think that certainly producing more housing, especially more affordable housing, is something that we're mandated to do, and even away from those state mandates, something that we should embrace when we see those opportunities. So that's, again, my general sort of thoughts on the things that sort of stood out to me, and the things that, like I said, I'll be mindful of as this project continues to evolve.
Thank you. Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. I actually do not have a lot of comments since so much has already been provided. I did want to ask, is there any consideration to doing any home ownership, whether it's just with the townhomes or with all the housing?
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd be happy to respond on that. So our arrangement with SRI is they maintain fee ownership of the land. We're actually leasing, doing what we call a long-term ground lease. So we essentially get to act as the owner for 99 years. But essentially one of the issues with that as it relates to residential is that we can only kind of sell what we own. So essentially we have a long-term leasehold. So that's what we'd be able to sell. So in general, there's a big challenge there. We are looking into the feasibility of kind of selling under the ground lease, and then the townhomes are sort of that, particularly the BMR component of the townhomes is something where I think we're looking into that. But it's pretty challenging overall to make for sale units. You generally don't see this type of development becoming condos as opposed to rental apartments. But we also have, that's even when it's fee owned. So we have the challenge of the ground lease, but we have heard that comment, and we are looking into that as a potential.
I appreciate you looking into it. One of my concerns with any other projects that are happening in Menlo Park is turnover. We want our existing community and our new community members to build community, and that's not possible if you have a high turnover rate. And so home ownership is an investment. So that's why I'm asking. I hope that you do consider it. Thank you. My other actually comments, just looking at the list, I don't want to repeat what has already been stated. I'm definitely supportive of looking at eliminating or considering to eliminate the parking requirements. I'm definitely interested in what's possible as far as density. If 45 units an acre is the bottom, is 60 the top. I do know that other areas of the city are zoned at 100 units an acre. However, that isn't really realistic for that area, let alone any other area of Menlo Park. And as far as the site access, I am hoping, and I need to follow up with staff on this, just thinking about the TMP, what projects are already on the list for the TMP, because my understanding is that it's probably was not considered, a project was not considered when the TMP was done for this area. So I'm just interested to see what's possible as far as safety improvements before the project is actually started, is what I'm interested in. And as far as the proposed sustainability measures, I don't have any comments on that. And I don't have any comments on the design and layout of the open space. Mayor Nash, I would like to take this opportunity since the BMR policy was brought up a couple of times. One is looking at truly defining BMR units versus affordable, because it's two different things in Menlo Park. And so I'm not sure if that means to consider updating the BMR policy. I know we just recently did, or if it's truly defining affordable versus BMR in Menlo Park. And then the second is on-site amenities versus community amenities. So to me, the community amenity is something that is not necessarily on the site of the project. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I guess I will start just with, I guess first of all, I visited the site and walked around the site yesterday with Vice Mayor Willison and Mr. Lane, and it was very enlightening to actually be on site to see how enormous the site is. In all of this, I am struggling with how to think about this site alongside Willow Village, which is a site of similar size and yet being developed very, very differently. And so given that I'm not proposing that we go to 1,700 units here, but I certainly would like to look at the density of this site. I might note that while we're talking, if we were doing 7 units per acre, zone 7 units per acre for the 63 acres, that's about 440 units. If you then layer on SB9 opportunities, you get an exponential number. So I do think, I'm not proposing that, I'm just saying that there is opportunity to increase the density, even if one thinks about if it were all housing. And as far as the intensity, I certainly would encourage less office for all the reasons that's been stated. I know that that's not a topic that the developer wants to approach, but it is on our list. And it's something that certainly as we add more jobs, as we replace jobs, we are creating more housing need. And I believe that one of the reasons why the region is in a housing crisis is because as we have the jobs and then we only are taking under 10%, assuming under 10% of the jobs and the employees will live in the city, other cities are not then having to account for the other 90% or more, just as when other cities are taking on new developments, we are not counting for our portion of people who will live in Menlo Park. So I think all of us need to think broadly, not just of how many employees would live in Menlo Park, how many people want to live in Menlo Park, as has been stated, but also just generally with the housing crisis. I think a lot of it has been created with the number of jobs and each city taking their portion, but not the full accountability across cities not being mandated. I want to applaud the tree protection that's that is part of the design, especially during the drought. We are going to see more trees naturally dying, and I think we need to preserve as many trees as possible. The campus has just a gorgeous urban canopy, and I'm very, very pleased to see that being preserved. I am concerned about the water use and the reality of the gray water. We've heard the presentation today. Just there's lots of challenges, both from with gray water and also, of course, with just the potable water, and how do we factor that into all of our development decisions. Something that was not, hasn't been brought forward, I believe is, but was discussed in comments is, and in the staff report is just, I'd love to know more about the possible realignment of Ravenswood with Ringwood. That jog where one goes from Ravenswood a little bit on Middlefield and then over onto Ringwood, especially having had 3 of my kids went through MA, and we've driven that way too many times, and also on bike. It's a really difficult situation. So anything that we could do would be great there. Going back to the site layout, going back to the list. Okay, so site density, I'd like to see increased intensity, decreased if possible. Site layout, looks good. Let's see what the professionals say. Site access, I'm very concerned about, as others have been. I'm also very pleased to see more bike and pedestrian that'll then tie to the Middle Avenue underpass and hopefully get people safely across the train tracks and over, establish more of a connection there. Conceptual architectural styles. I actually was really taken with what Councilmember Combs said and really agree with his comments. Design and layout of open space. I think open space is excellent. The more we can have available for activities. I've been hearing requests for just space where kids can play freeze tag, is what someone said, play Frisbee, as well as the organized sports, the pickleball, all of that. And just having open space to, with paths. It's all good, and I appreciate how much open space there is there. And I'm curious to see what will be presented as we go forward. Parking ratios, parking locations seems fine. Parking ratios, I agree with everyone that we should be looking at decreasing parking ratios. Also, along with that, whatever we can do to increase EV shuttles citywide would be beneficial. And then I really want to highlight the proposed sustainability measures. Getting rid of the, or removing the cogeneration facility is huge. Yesterday we heard from Mr. Lane that it's, if I'm remembering correctly, 8% of the city's greenhouse gases are produced there. And so we are taking a huge step forward as they deactivate that facility, and also removing the electrical substation is a big deal, just from the visual. And so thank you. Anyone else have other comments at this point? Councilmember Mueller.
I'm just not sure I understand where we are now, if there's consensus around the intensity. And the only comment I'd add on intensity is, you know, again, having gone through this a couple of times, there's a big difference between when applicant comes forward and says, look, we don't want, you know, to build that level of intensity on the site. And I mean, we can talk about what we would wish, but for an applicant who doesn't own the land and is a 99-year lease or whatever length of lease, they have a set amount of financing that they're going to have for that project. And there's a big difference in going to a project that's at a stick project for residential to going to a steel project and what those costs are associated with it. So the type of in construction at a certain height.
But I thought intensity is.
No, I'm talking about the intensity. I'm talking about going the difference of intensity that we're talking about in housing, by asking them to build more than they're asking for.
Okay, so I am not looking for, I am personally, I don't know what others are were specifically talking about, but as far as the housing and the density, what I was thinking of is I actually applaud what they're talking about with expanding some of the housing over in other parts of the campus. I'm not talking about tremendous increases in height.
Okay, that's because I was confused. I thought you were talking about going up as high as 1,700, and I thought there's.
Oh no, I'm sorry. No, I absolutely no.
Okay.
Thank you for clarifying if you were confused. No,
you,
I'm just comparing that to what we're talking about at Willow Village, which is 59 acres as opposed to the 63-acre site. So 59 acres is accommodating 1,730 units as opposed to this project, which is currently at 400 and definitely seems open to increasing.
But we never had, there was never a request to downzone Willow Village. My memory was that was excluded from the request for downzoning. But regardless, I don't want to get off topic where we are tonight. The other thing I'd say is, look, in terms of this project, you know, we can say that we want to talk about downzoning the commercial, but the commercial is what they already have. So why would they do the project if at the end result, why would they give us the housing if the end result, they're going to end up with less commercial? And the other thing I'd say too is we have to remember that I'm not sure, okay, because it is the commercial they have now, SRI has a very important place in the regional economy. It really does. Like if you look at the innovations that come out of from Stanford to SRI and what that means to the regional economy, it's tremendous. And so I really I appreciate the fact they don't want to blow it up and get bigger. But I also think if we told them, look, like in doing this housing, you're going to get less. I just fire them. I just say, well, we'll just remodel what we have.
Councilmember Combs.
But I do think it's important to point out that with the office, they're going to a higher higher people per square footage usage than they have now.
But they could do that anyway without the master plan. They could just come with remodeling projects to the city.
The additional parking necessary, they couldn't get it. And yeah, they would come in remodeling and say, oh, we're going to remodel this lab space. So now it's like one person in their lab to like 10 people. And we would say no.
I don't think, I mean, correct me wrong, guys, but basically what I've seen over time is that people can piecemeal. Someone who comes toward us with a master plan like this and wants to like go ahead and bring us housing and bring us all of that together, that's an opportunity for the city. What we have seen happen in this city is tech companies take old office space and remodel those over time. And those have happened piecemeal. And they've happened. Like it just, all that's been remodeled over time. And there wasn't like a big master plan process around that. And that's, if SRI wanted to do that, they could have piecemealed it out that way over time to us.
Totally can't agree with you there. There certainly are companies that have come in and repurposed a warehouse or storage space to office space. And obviously you've gone from very few workers to lots of workers, but that's also because at that point, city councils approve that. And I think that a project like that would have a different scrutiny right now today if you had your random sort of 30,000 square foot, tilt up construction warehouse that all of a sudden someone said, hey, we want to use this as we're going to turn this into an office.
I'm thinking specifically of biotech uses down in the M2 area that were bought up by Facebook and became Facebook technology, total change in density. And they were remodel projects.
Yeah, I'm saying, but the city allowed that. I mean, those things were approved by the city. And I'm saying, I think that we're in a different era where those approvals, again, I could be wrong, right? I don't know. But I think that there might be greater scrutiny for those for those transitions now. So, I mean, it's just like, I'm saying that, like, I don't think if we're saying like, oh, well, you have to lessen the density of the office, that I think it still could be a net positive for them, because the transition or the new office space is more valuable than and can be more exploited because there are going to be more workers per square footage per square foot than what they have now. I'm not saying that like we should do that. I'm just saying that I think it could be done and there's room to do it before they say, okay, they throw their hands up and say, we're done with this project. I am interested in learning. So though where people stand specifically regards, because this is something that came from the Planning Commission about this dedication of additional land. I don't know where we're at. I think Mayor Nash is supportive, but since it is a very specific idea that came from the Planning Commission, it would be, I'm pretty sure that the applicant would certainly want to know with that aspect whether there is support there or not.
The reason why, well, going back to the offices, SRI is only occupying some of the offices and many of the buildings will be leased out. And actually, perhaps we can just get the developer, Mr. Lane, could just explain briefly what the office situation is. And then I'd also like to get if you could give us a little bit of an overview as to what you might be thinking about at the corner of Ravenswood and Middlefield as far as the housing possibilities. That would be great.
Sure. So just to take kind of a high level view again of the plan is we're retaining 3 buildings on SRI's behalf, which equates to about 283,000 square feet. In the short term, SRI is going to consolidate into those buildings. And then there's, when you net out the amenity building, just under 1.1 million square feet of new product, which will replace, on a 1-for-1 basis of existing. There is a potential in the near term. SRI leases some of that space. There's no obligation to do so. And frankly, we just don't know at this point. We're certain they won't lease all of it. So there will be a multi-tenant aspect to this project either way. But in terms of going back to Karina's presentation, the next steps are kind of assuming council wants us to pursue the project is to, begin hiring an EIR consultant and doing a scoping session. We're still very, in the early stages of this project. We plan to do a lot more outreach, which will include, being back before this council and back before Planning Commission, probably numerous times. But to have that environmental process be as effective as possible, we really want to understand kind of the outer bounds of what you'd like us to study, particularly in terms of housing density. We're fine with the amount of commercial space there is now. So we don't, you could always do less in theory. That's certainly not what we or SRI wants to do. But from a environmental review standpoint, we can start with just what we're proposing because we're not going to go higher. The issue is if we study, 400 units today, and then 9 months from now, the council determines we want it to be higher, that's a problem. So we're very open to pursuing the land dedication. We're not, to be clear, this is a study session. These are ideas. They're not part of our submittal yet. They're ideas we need to evaluate a lot further, but we're very open to that idea. We do have space in this project. We think we can probably figure that out. We would need to find, a credible and qualified, affordable partner who can actually execute on that. I think all parties want to know that that's the case. But I think what we're looking for is, study, X number of units, and then you can always do less. And through the process of, in parallel, while the environmental review is going on, we can kind of propose, including, conducting a lot more outreach like we've done in the past to kind of show these new ideas to the community and get more feedback. We'd be able to ultimately present, multiple scenarios to say, hey, this is what 450 units looks like. This is what 550 looks like. If you want to see lower than 400, we can obviously demonstrate that pretty easily, including the affordable component. But I think that's what we're hoping to get some direction to staff so we can study that from an environmental standpoint in parallel with trying to make a project that's more responsive to as we get more feedback.
Not seeing anyone else raising their hand right now, I guess I will jump in and say I would be interested in seeing an option for just in the study for less housing. I'm sorry, less office. I'm not interested. I think 400 is a good floor for the housing, and I would be interested in seeing more. I don't know how much more that is. you threw out the number 900. I don't know if that's, very honestly, I don't know. And I think it's something where you've done a beautiful job with what you've shown us. And so I'm just curious what you could, how you would view these different pieces, which I would assume would come at a later stage. But I have confidence that, you will show us something that's creative and looks nice. It could be workable. And then so I'm not sure what direction staff is looking for at this point. And I see that Vice Mayor Willison is, or I've been told, thank you, that Vice Mayor Willison has got her hand raised. So let me see what she has to say. Thank you.
Mayor Nash, I'm usually the one sitting next to you telling you when someone else has their hand raised. So sorry, I'm not there to fill that role. So really interesting hearing everyone's thoughts. And I'm always thinking about that jobs housing number and that point of kind of the vicious cycle of not having housing here so people don't live and work here. And so we only have this % of people living and working here. So that means we should only have so much more housing. It's like you kind of get what you build. And so I think even before I was on council, when I was just a resident, I was like, why do they keep approving projects that are digging us deeper into this jobs housing imbalance? Thinking about the levers, so you can either lower the jobs or raise the housing. I mean, that's how you solve the jobs housing imbalance. And so I think that what I'm hearing from the developer is that they're not interested in lowering the jobs. Now, I think we can ask them to, because it sounds like most of that job, the office space is not actually going to go to SRI, it's going to be leased out. So that's just something to put out there. So then the other lever we have, I'm not interested in like killing office space, because I think that's, like I said, the engine of our economy is having these jobs. And the reality is there's jobs all around us. So I don't think it's actually going to solve our problem by not having the jobs here. It's just the traffic's still going to be there and the people are still going to be there. So then because everyone's already here, then it's, how do we add the housing in a way that addresses our huge deficit of affordable units? And I keep thinking of the 1,500 affordable units that we have to hit. And I don't think we can pass up any opportunity anywhere in the city of a developer that is eager to build affordable units to do so. And so I would just lean into that and do so in a way that that helps that number. And so in terms of an exact number, I mean, if you look around with what's the delta of the number of employees who are allowed right now on campus, and then the number of employees that SRI is anticipating. I'm just thinking of that grid that Mark Murray showed us probably hours ago that had different, office to employee ratios. And one of the numbers was like 600 is the difference between how many employees they can currently have on campus versus how many employees they could have under their most likelihood scenario of 330 square foot per office worker. So that 600 number is like flying around in my head. And I know that, they looked at 4%, 7%, 10%, 15%. But again, that's what's been getting us into the problem that we have. And for those of you that just don't want more housing and don't want that density, the workers are going to come anyway. And so if we take care of the transportation demand management, or how we manage parking, how we design our streets, how we give transit passes, like everywhere around us, every city on the peninsula is having to add density and do this. And so if we think that if we don't build it, they won't come, it's just not going to work like that. It's coming anyway. And to be honest, I live right by Coleman Avenue, where we have like over 1,000. I don't remember how many exactly people live on Coleman Avenue and all those apartments. And it really doesn't feel like thousands and thousands of people live there. Like, it just feels like the neighborhood that it is. And so I think we have a huge fear of like what this will bring. And I think that, you know, if we design it right and think about this thoughtfully, we can do it in a way that really benefits our community. And then to Mayor Combs's point about kind of the look of it, I would mention that I do hate that whole office park look. And if you can develop it so it looks more like kind of like a college campus feel rather than an office park, that would be more of the feel I'm going for. And then more for our staff is to Councilmember Taylor's points about the TMP, which stands for Transportation Master Plan. Like, what are the TMP projects that our city needs to take care of? Which ones are the ones that we have a TIF, a transportation impact fee, that the developer could pay into to help us do? And then what isn't there that because of this large development we would need to add? But I don't want us to think about that, you know, 10 years from now after it's open. I want us to be proactive about how we're going to address some of these connectivity issues. And particularly to the gentleman talking about Pine Street, I've heard a lot of feedback about Pine Street and emergency vehicle access, and I would be really concerned about making that a thoroughfare. So I just think our city needs to work in tandem with the development as it goes through the process on how we're going to manage our flow and safety around the campus. So I threw out a number like 600. I know that's going to make some people really upset and some people really upset on both sides. So maybe that's how you get to the compromise, but I'm curious to hear what others think. Thanks.
Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. I just wanted to say that I am interested in more housing. I do not know what that number is. Just interested in what the developer thinks that maximum number can be. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to point out that what we're talking about right now is just the maximum number that we would study in the EIR. That's what will give us information about the impacts. And we are not talking about any of us at this point advocating for that greatly increased housing. It's just if we don't study it, we won't know what the impacts are and we cannot ever look at it again. So we are not saying that we want this huge increase at this point. It's just what are we studying? Mr. Lane. I'm sorry, Mr. Murray. I've been calling you Mr. Lane.
Yeah, no problem. I just wanted to respond to Councilmember Taylor's question about what we think is, you know, Councilmember Mueller pointed out we're not really pushing for more, but we did hear, and we think it's a great idea to try to find a land site. You know, from what we heard throughout the community, there was less, we need more housing, and the message was more, we need more affordable housing. You obviously have to do both in a traditional development to kind of finance the inclusionary affordable housing. But I think that 600 number is a pretty good limit. That would account for, you know, those couple of scenarios we walked you through this evening where you add, you know, 50 or so units to kind of the existing 10 acres, and then you find another site on the other side of the site. I think there's some value in kind of spreading out the housing, you know, to mitigate some of the concerns we heard about traffic and density and safety on Laurel. So I think it would be responsive to those comments to kind of spread some of that out. But I feel like we can give you scenarios up to 600 that will, you know, our idea is if that's kind of the guidance and we study up to 600 units in the EIR, we'll be able to provide you with, you know, a number of options that you can see and really get a sense of what does this look like? What are the heights, you know, because it's, you know, people a lot of times speak in just, you know, dwelling units per acre and things like that. But we have a site here, you know, one of the big challenges is, you know, we're trying to maintain a lot of trees in terms of where the buildings are, both commercial and residential. We've been very deliberate in terms of where they're located, how they're oriented, things like that. And one of the reasons we're kind of focused on that corner where the sports field exists for more housing is that is kind of one of the least dense areas in terms of trees. That's why the sports field is there. And obviously the you know, it was mentioned earlier, but the church has objected to that on, you know, potentially for noise reasons. But we just kind of want that basic direction, and then we can go back to the drawing board and give the community, you know, a series of options that are hopefully responsive to adding more housing, adding more affordable. You can see what those options look like, and then provide for further guidance to us on how to improve.
And also, Mark, if I may, you know, I think as we've been planning the residential in response to a comment we heard earlier, it has been a very high priority for us to associate all housing and open space together, so that there's open space, you know, adjacent to the housing units for activity areas, passive areas. Again, there, you know, we're trying to mix the open space and the development together to get really true mixed use, right, between residential use and open space, office use, open space, and how they integrate with each other.
So I'm looking for staff to give us some guidance as to what other information they want. And I guess, are we, and also, are we actually settling on a number tonight, or will you come back with the maximum number? Oh, Councilmember Combs.
But I think we can wait to staff or the applicant answers that question, because I'm curious what the answer is also.
Sorry, the question being what density we should study?
Actually, I believe this, I was thinking it was probably for Ms. Sandmeyer.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Appreciate your willingness to jump in.
I think we have a lot of good information. I don't think we need to settle on a specific number since this is just a study session. But I think, yeah, we have a lot of information. So it's been very helpful.
Do you need any clarification on anything in specifically, or you're good?
I think we're good.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Councilmember Combs.
Yeah, I just wanted to, you know, reiterate or clarify. Yeah, it's definitely my belief, obviously, that there is a consensus on the council for looking at studying a number in excess of 400. And I just want to be clear, I'm not there, but certainly that is where, based on my read, that is where a consensus of the council is.
Thank you. And I appreciate your specifically saying we are studying this at this point. So thank you. All right. Councilmember Mueller.
Yeah, so I've heard my colleagues as well saying, I think the number, it sounds like that's been said to look at, it's around 600 from what Councilmember Wilson and all of you have said. Or is it just more, and that's, because here's the thing. So we're at this next part, okay? And the next part is we're gonna leave this meeting, and residents who are feeling apprehensive are gonna feel apprehensive. And there are residents who are, and the ones who came in and said, I want less, are gonna be really upset. The ones who said, I want 400 are gonna be upset. And then the ones who wanted more are gonna be happy. And I think what's important that to happen, based on what I've heard, the direction is that we say to staff and make it real clear, like, because I think we heard from the applicant say, I want to go ahead and we can present different levels in the DEIR. And so what I'd say to the applicant is study what you came here tonight, which you did the work with the community around, because it sounded like there was consensus in the community in that. Study what it sounds like there was consensus on the council for at that level, what you reach with staff. And then what will happen is in the DEIR process is when you come back with those different scenarios, then what will happen is you can look at the different intersections. Well, I don't know if we're even going to look at intersections, right? It's that whole argument about what level we look at, but you'll look at the data and you'll see whether or not what's the impact and the delta between the impact from those things. And so that way we can say to community members tonight, you know, on both sides of this issue, what you were advocating for is going to be studied. All right. Now, you can interpret what happened at the dais any way you want, but what everybody is advocated for is going to be studied, and the battle is going to be on a later date on what gets approved, and also candidly what the applicant wants, because it seems like the applicant is getting pushed past what they came in asking for. So anyway, that would be my request, is that we look at those levels all the way along. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's move on at 10:30 with our meeting we thought was going to be under 3 hours to the next two consent item. And actually, thank you very much for everyone who's participated. It really has been a good dialogue, and I think it will be very beneficial. Consent calendar. Under the consent calendar, the City Council may take action to approve routine business items in one motion unless a City Council member, city staff member, or a member of the public requests that an item be discussed or continued to a later date. City Clerk Sharon, please call for public comment on the consent item.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to comment on our consent calendar, item H1, City Council meeting minutes, H2, a resolution to continue conducting the City Council and advisory body meetings remotely, H3, waive the second reading and adopt an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Menlo Park, adding a chapter approving a military equipment use policy for police services, or H4, award a contract to Granite Rock and approve a budget amendment for the Sharon Road Sidewalk Project. Engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen, or if you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9 now. This will be the final call for public comment on our consent calendar, items H1 through H4. Seeing no hands raised, Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. Is there a motion and second on the table to approve the consent calendar, or any questions?
I move.
Thank you. I will second the motion. City Clerk Sharon, please state the motion and call for the vote.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So I have a motion by City Council Member Combs and a second by by Mayor Nash to approve the consent calendar. Any further City Council question or discussion? Seeing none, by roll call vote, City Council Member Combs.
Yes.
City Council Member Mueller.
One moment. Yes.
Thank you. City Council Member Taylor.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Willison.
Yes.
Mayor Nash.
Yes.
And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. Regular business. Under regular business, the City Council considers recommendations from city staff on policy matters or administrative actions that require City Council approval. The regular business item tonight is I1, approve concept designs for the Burgess Park and Willow Oaks Park improvement projects. To introduce the item is Assistant Public Works Director Tanisha Werner. And I also want to welcome Tanisha Werner, who has not been to a council meeting before, I believe, or at least not presented. So welcome.
Thank you so much. Good evening, City Council and members of the public. My name is Tanisha Werner. I'm the Assistant Public Works Director in Engineering. Tonight, I'm here to introduce Calendar Associates and their presentation on the Willow Oaks and Burgess Park concept designs. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present these concept designs. And right now I'm going to hand it over to Nate Ritchie with Calendar for the presentation.
Hi, Tanisha, thank you. guess I'm going to share my screen now. Let's see if that works for me. Can everybody hear me right now?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. Okay, sorry for that technical difficulty there. So yeah, so I'm here tonight to talk about Burgess Park and Willow Oaks Park. These are two design projects that we've been working on through conceptual design, and I just want to present them tonight to get some comments. So first I want to go here to introduce you to what I'm going to talk about tonight. So basically we've combined outreach and design process for Burgess and Willow Oaks together just to make the process a little bit more efficient. So we've been going through these two projects together. So at Burgess Park, we're focused more on the play area rather than the whole park. So we're just focused right on that area. At Willow Oaks, though, we are going to look at the entire park as a master plan level. And then we're going to take the design into more detail, and just depending on how much funding there is, we'll be implementing pieces of that. And then so far to date, so what we've done is we started late last year, and we've looked at the existing site, and then up to this point, the main things that
Richie, I think we might have lost your audio.
The Parks and Rec Commission on that, and also some public comments during that meeting. And since then, we have turned that into some preferred design plans that I'll show you tonight. Okay, so first I'm going to start with Burgess Park. And so I want to go over the summary, and I just want to give you an overview of what we're doing here. So just from a scope standpoint, we wanted to, we're looking at the existing play area and then also trying to get access over to that play area. So that's kind of the scope of the area that we're looking at. And then looking to develop that design into enough detail so that it can go into construction drawings and then into being implemented. And so the things that we're I'm sorry about that. This is great. So if someone's taking this over, that's wonderful. So yeah, I'd like to go over to Burgess. First, I would like to talk about Burgess Park. You can go to the next slide. Thank you so much. So yeah, so I am, so just to getting to the goals that we were going to look at for this project. So we wanted to make sure we're reaching out to the community. So that's where we started, just to make sure we're meeting the needs and the needs and the desires of everybody that's going to be using the play area. And then we also wanted to look at trying to make it somewhat unique and have some kind of special character to it, a sense of place. And then also ensure that the play area is accessible, meeting the needs of those, provide inclusive play elements for those that have special needs. And then also just make it better than it is today. So we're just trying to make this a fun, exciting, new place to play. Next slide. So these are some existing conditions, just to kind of orient you. So I mean, this is the play area at Burgess Park, and the main, if you go back to that previous slide. The main thing I wanted to show here is we have existing oak trees, and so that's an element that is that we're trying to work around. There's a lot of picnic area there too, and that's very popular. And then the entire surface is just a mulch surfacing right now, so that's something that we're trying to remedy, make it a little bit more accessible. Next slide. So here I just wanted to talk a little bit about some of the public outreach that we did so far. So to start out, there was a public survey, and it was emailed out to residents. We got about 360 survey results. And then there was also signage at the park that was notifying residents to go ahead and fill out the survey. So we had targeted questions. We were asking things about the play area, specifically about different themes, and there was a lot of imagery there to try and get answers of what people wanted to see. So we asked about different themes for the play area, and treehouse was the most popular. And then we also asked about different types of equipment that was at the play area. People wanted to see, and so we used that to Can I go to the next slide? So this is the design that we came up with for Burgess Park. And so this is showing the overall scope of work. So in addition to the play area, we're also looking at improving the accessible path of travel over to the play area. So we're looking at relocating some accessible parking stalls to be closer to the play area. The existing stalls are not compliant. And then also looking at the pathway to the play area. We want to make sure that we're going to fix any deficiencies in that path of travel on the sidewalk. And then we're going to enhance the entrance to the play area and make it fit the theme. Treehouse being the most popular theme, we want to make sure that that we're showing that out throughout our design. So we've got some special pavement. It has sort of a wood texture at the entrance, and then also the fence around the play area is not compliant with current safety standards. So that's going to be replaced, and so we're looking.
So Richie, we're losing your audio quite a bit. Maybe try disengaging your webcam.
You want to go to the next slide?
Hey, Richie, are you able to hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, because we're losing your audio quite a bit. Can you try disengaging your webcam?
I could try to.
Perfect. So let's see if that maybe helps a little bit. Thanks.
So here I wanted to show the options that we came up with for the play area.
Okay. Can you hear me? This is Brian Fletcher, principal with Calendar Associates.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, maybe I should step in and maybe my audio will be a little bit stronger. How about that?
Thanks, Brian.
So, absolutely. I apologize that for everyone. It's a late night, and let's see if we can move through this a little quick to get to questions and answers. So we took all that input and developed a couple options for different play elements within the play area. As you can see in these two alternatives, various modifications or alternatives in different features. Next slide. And then finally, the preferred alternative that you can see in front of you here. has a combination of both a youth structure, a toddler structure, as well as a youth structure there to accommodate for both age groups. The green represents rubberized surfacing to allow for greater accessibility to those structures, as well as on-grade events like the sensory walls, spinners, seesaw and such, as well as access over to bucket swings, which also includes a French swing, which we'll show here in the next slide. Here you can see some of the play elements that are being proposed. We are highlighting which ones are inclusive and wheelchair accessible as well, that you can see in the asterisks in blue and green. Next slide. Here is some more imagery of what those play structures will look like. As you can see, we're working really hard to really play up that treehouse theme. Next slide. Okay, so that concludes our presentation for Burgess, and we'll move on to Willow Oaks Park. As Nate said, we are looking at a complete park master plan here. So why don't we jump in? It was a very similar process as we did both at the same time. Again, we're developing a master plan. We're looking to also incorporate previous design and planning efforts, as there was some previous efforts done in looking at the dog park, as well as a new restroom facility at the tennis courts. And then as we develop the master plan, like Nate said, depending on funding, we'll construct the highest priority elements there. How about next slide? So here's just some basic existing condition imagery. Upper left is the existing play area. Again, we're dealing with mature trees and difference of surfacing with mulch and grass. The one on the right is the existing dog park. The bottom left is a connection by the existing elementary school to the neighborhood that we're looking to provide pedestrian access to, which we'll see in a second. And finally, there's the bottom right-hand area, which is a space that's kind of underutilized behind the existing childcare and tennis courts. I'll show that in a second as well. Next slide. Similar process, we reached out to the neighborhood and with a survey and worked to get some answers to some basic questions, including the types of themes that they'd be interested in for the play area, as well as the type of amenities. And you can see nature scored very high on the theme, as well as some of the elements. You can see how they scored on the right-hand side. Next slide. So here's most of the master plan. As you can see, we've got Willow Road on the left-hand side with the existing parking lot coming off of Willow Road. The main improvements happening here would be the new restroom building adjacent to the tennis courts. And then you can see renovation of the existing pathway systems leading to the play area and the dog park, which would both be renovated. And I'll show you, get to more details in a second there, as well as we're proposing pickleball courts, which were desired from the community behind the tennis courts and that underutilized space behind the tennis courts and the preschool building. Here are two options that we looked at for equipment layout within the play area. Again, we went out to the neighborhood and asked opinions on these. And the next slide will show you the preferred alternative. The plan view is on the left-hand side. Again, we've got multiple age structures. So we've got a toddler structure and a separate youth structure, as well as a number of surface play items. Again, the surfacing in darker green is the rubberized surfacing. The surfacing in the lighter green, we're looking at turf. And then in brown, we're looking at a bit of mulch and 5R surfacing there. And again, you can see on the right-hand side, some of the imagery of some of the equipment being proposed. Again, we're looking at a number of wheelchair and inclusive play elements to be included within this play area. Again, here's some imagery of the play structures. This one has got a lot of mature trees, so you can see that we didn't incorporate a whole lot of canopy in the structure because we don't need that for shade. But you can see we're trying to play up the nature theme and the design of the elements. Next slide. The dog park would also get enhanced using a combination of synthetic turf and an outer decomposed granite walking path. There's going to be a small dog area that's denoted at the top. You can see we've included some patterns into synthetic turf for a little bit of whimsy. The larger dog area would be down at the bottom, and we've got various seating areas throughout. And you can see some of the materials being used, as well as also providing some shade for the main seating area in the middle of the feature. Next slide. Here is the layout of the pickleball courts that would be behind the tennis courts and the preschool. You know, we understand that these are some well-used tennis courts. So that's why we're proposing some new pickleball courts instead of where we've seen at other sites where they've had kind of multi-striped pickleball and tennis courts. So this provides, doesn't impact the use of the existing tennis courts and provides 3 new pickleball courts, wanting to provide that for this up and coming sport. Next slide. Finally, we are building upon the previous efforts that were done, and that was to locate a new restroom building adjacent to the tennis courts. This would be all gender 2 stalls with drinking fountains on the outside, as well as a utility space in between. So here we are tonight at the council meeting. This is wrapping up our outreach and master planning effort. We're wanting to take feedback from you here tonight. We'll utilize that feedback to finalize this master plan and then jump right into construction documents and looking to begin or complete construction documents kind of the middle of next year, or complete construction the middle of next year. I apologize. And with that, I think that's our last slide, and we can open it up to some questions.
Thank you very much. Before we go to public comment, I would like to take a council vote to continue past 11 o'clock. Is there, well, I'm sorry, I'm forgetting, do we actually need a motion? Or do
we don't need a formal motion,
okay.
I just need by acclamation.
Yes. Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. And I agree to go past 11. And my first question, and this—
Actually, are these clarifying questions?
No, but I am interested in bifurcating Burgess and Willow Oaks Park and just talking about Willow Oaks Park since it's 11 o'clock at night.
I believe, thank you. Yes, and we need to go to public comment first, and then we will. Thank you. City Clerk Karen, please call for public comment on this item.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on item I1, approve concept designs for the Burgess Park and Willow Oaks Park improvement projects, to engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9 now. You and our first speaker will be Adina Levin.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Adina Levin, Menlo Park resident. Wanted to speak really narrowly to the Willow Oaks topic. I'm sure there's a lot to say about the play facilities and overall design, and that is not what I'm going to comment on. I'm going to comment on making it easier to get there from the local streets by walking and bicycling. And, having done this myself as a resident to enjoy our city facilities, it felt like if you were going there walking and biking, you were basically doing something wrong. It was really so hard to find and really messy, like it's not even supposed to be used for access. So I'm really glad to see the upgraded access for people walking and bicycling to their local parks. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. So this is the final call for public comment on our regular business item I-1. Seeing no hands raised, Mayor Nash, you may continue.
Thank you. Before we move on, I'd like to read an email that was sent in. This is from an 11-year-old sixth grader at Hillview, and who was waiting patiently and had to drop off Zoom at 11. The parent emailed the notes that were written and says, please forgive grammar and typos, that she didn't want to edit what was written. So I will read it into, when you hear the word park, what does it mean to you? For me, it means communities coming together to escape their busy lives, meaning you can walk your pets freely without worry. But now with us closing the field down with the fence is making us force ourselves to walk our dogs in the tiny dog park. The tiny dog park is fine, but also not fine. We need to change that fence that is coming. Now I'll ask you one question. When you bought your dog, cat, hamster, guinea pig, rat, mouse, etc., you said you would make it the happiest dog or cat or etc. And for me, that is letting my dog run free. But now with these fences coming in is forcing me to two options. One, keep my dog on a leash, or two, take my dog into the tiny dog park. And that would be fine to some people, but I need my dog to have space, because in that tiny dog park, you need to mix big dogs with tiny dogs, which is not the best idea to do. Personally, I have two dogs, both rescues, and they are very shy and scared. Now, if I put my dogs into that tiny dog park, I will scare my dogs. And now the final question, how come crows can go on the grass and poo and pee, but our dogs can't? And we at least pick up their poo. And why does the community have to suffer because one person says dogs should not be allowed on the grass? Thank you. All right. Councilmember Taylor, please.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. I wanted to bifurcate this agenda item and talk just about Willow Oaks Park at this time, if that's possible.
Is there a, well, actually, let's go ahead at this point and do that, and we will circle back with staff after. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And thank you for the presentation. I have a couple of things just with the Willow Oaks Park, is that what I would like to see is that all of the services are done that are included in this project. That means the tennis court, the existing basketball court, to all be resurfaced. And then also just by the picture that was on the slides, I just want to make sure that the updated motion water faucet is what would be installed and not the older ones. The drinking fountain, I'm referring to the drinking fountain.
You're talking about the drinking fountain on the new restroom?
Yes.
To be a motion sensor, like a motion sensor bottle filter?
Yes.
Okay, correct.
And then I have, actually, the questions that I have are more for staff and not for the presenters. So I will just email staff those questions. Those are my only comments for right now. It's a little late.
Councilmember Taylor, did you want to have staff answer them now so we can?
No, because it wouldn't hinder the project. at all. It won't change
Okay,
anything.
so it won't change your vote. Okay.
No. Thank
All
you.
right. Are there other Councilmember Combs?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Nash. I mean, obviously, as everyone knows, this is a project that I have advocated for I think the entirety of my time on council. So it is great to see it as an agenda item. Overall, I'm really happy and excited about the project. There are a couple of comments I want to make. One, I would like to see when it comes to the play structure, like the sort of roofing or covering as part of the play structure. We have it for the ones at Burgess, but we don't have it for the ones at Willow Oaks. And I think the argument was for Willow Oaks is that it's shaded, but actually Burgess is more shaded than Willow Oaks in the play structure area. So I don't see why we'd have it for Burgess and not for Willow Oaks. It just makes it look like a real play structure, a real house, like, right, a real little playhouse to have like those structures covered and enclosed somewhat. And the concepts designs as I see them for Willow Oaks lacks that. And so, like I said, that's problematic because it doesn't, they don't look as nice as the ones that have it and the ones that we seem to be willing to put at Burgess. So I just want to call that out and would like to see that changed. I also want to address the issue about the right now there is the basketball court back behind the preschool, and I'm supportive of the idea of that being turned into the city's first purpose-built pickleball court. I think that obviously the basketball court is little utilized and is in a lot of disrepair. I also don't think that for that area, a basketball court is the best use, and so I'm supportive of this transition to pickleball. Other than that, obviously, really excited about the updated the pathways, the updated overall the play structure with those that feedback I provided. The updated dog park area and of course the restrooms. What I do want to get at, and this is as is outlined in the staff report, and I think in the presentation, was this idea of these projects would be commenced based in a sort of an order of highest priority based on funding. This is not clear to me what this means. To me, this is all a high priority. Again, part of my motivation was that this area and this park had lacked the funding that other parks in the city have gotten historically. And so then to say that, look, here we have this big update, but it's going to be like pursued based on the highest priority where funding is available, doesn't sit well with me. And so I would like some clarity from staff on what that exactly means. And I do want to address Paloma, whose introduction to local government was not great. And I don't think I'm going to add to that experience with my comments. I do very much appreciate and understand your frustration and where you're coming from. The larger field is not actually owned by the city. It is owned by the Ravenswood School District. And the city has the ability, and the general public has the ability to make use of that based on a contract and agreement between the city and the school district. I appreciate that the Parks and Rec or in community services or in library services director sent it to me because I wanted to read it and actually get some understanding of what were the limitations, restrictions, obligations of this agreement between the city and the school district. And that area is reserved for the school during school times. when it's not in school time, it can be made use, the general public can make use of it when it's not being used for youth sports. But there are some activities that are explicitly prohibited in that agreement between the city and the school district. And one of them is off-leash dog activity. And I know that that's not great to hear, but I mean, one thing that we have to understand, and I think that hopefully we're teaching our children, is that there are rules, and we have an obligation, and rules exist for a reason, and we have an obligation to follow those rules. And one of the concerns is that and I obviously wasn't on city council when this agreement was struck between the school district and the city. But one of the current concerns has been about you know, the condition that the field is left in when you have a lot of dog use, and it's not, and I do appreciate your comment, but it's not the case of one person complaining about the dog activity. There are a number of people who have complained to the city, a number of people who have complained to me personally, and many of them are parents, and many of them complained about the engagement between off-leash dogs and their children. And so these are parents who are concerned about the safety of their children, just in the same way, Paloma, that your parents are concerned about your own safety. And so that's what caused them to reach out. And that's what has caused the city to act in a way that further enforces what has always historically been the rule. And so I'm happy to talk to you more about this issue, and I will have no doubt that I will be talking to residents in the future. But what I do want to point out in closing, and I know it's late, and then I want to move on, or at least I'll move on from my comments, is that, you know, in the end, what we have at this moment is really sort of this disparate and different realities when it comes to the city's park infrastructure. And what we have in Willow Oaks Parks is like I say, a pathway that is unsafe, right? Sort of clarity with the open field situation, or a lack of clarity that I think the city could have made efforts to resolve. You had a basketball court area that was in a great state of disrepair, in which you couldn't really even play basketball. And I also want to point out that, like, up until a year ago, there was not even a picnic table in the entirety of the park. Can you imagine, like, there not being a picnic table in Burgess Park, or there not being a picnic table at Jack Lau Park, or there not being a picnic table at Nealon Park? There was not one picnic table. I saw this and I asked the city manager at that time, I'm like, hey, can we just like buy a couple of picnic tables? I mean, they don't cost that much, right? And just throw them in there. And ultimately, what I think, what I know happened was that the city had an extra picnic table somewhere, which they dragged over to Willow Oaks Park. So now there's one. For the past year, there's been one picnic table that was not being used someplace else that we got the leftovers of. So even in that case, we still didn't even get like 2 new picnic tables. We had to get this leftover, and so that added to, again, the statement about, like, you know, as funding is available is to me, again, incredibly problematic. But I do think that and I do want this to resonate with both staff and both like prior councils that let this situation develop, where you really had a scenario where, again, like I was saying, there were 2 realities when it came to the parks infrastructure in the city. And I think it's really a problem, and that we should look at it and make sure that it does not happen again. Make sure that we're mindful of, like, hey, there's no picnic tables, and and that's a problem. And mindful of, like, hey, there is a pathway of which a woman has been severely injured, and that just looks unsafe, and of which we know have been a number of other accidents. And so, and so, again, I'm happy that we seem to be getting to a point where this issue is being addressed. But again, I want to express some disappointment that it's taken all this effort, and that, like, it is the state that it is in, that now it takes this large, you know, sort of park master plan to get the park just to the state that we see other parks in this community.
Councilmember Mueller.
I missed it in the presentation. When was the parks master plan, park and recreation master plan put together?
Mayor Nash, would you like me to answer that question?
Yes, please.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you, Councilmember Mueller. Nikki Nagaya, Public Works Director for the city. And the Parks and Recreation Master Plan was approved by the council in 2019. So this was building off of that work as well.
And can I ask, when I'm looking at this, it was approved in 2019, when did that work begin?
I'm going to test my memory at 11 o'clock, I believe around 2016 or 2017, but I'm going off of memory on that one. So we may be off it a year or two.
Okay. I wanted to ask, and so I'm going to move to a different subject. I'm looking at this item, the preferred concept plan of Willow Oaks Park. It looks like the giant couch structure is going away. Is that right? The piece of artwork that's a bunch of couches. I never knew it was a bunch of couches until I really looked close, and I was like, I thought it was a dinosaur or something, but it's couches put together. Is that are we getting rid of that?
No, it's not shown on the concept plans, but we were not planning to remove it as part of this.
Well, I actually have an idea, and unfortunately it would require a little bit more work. But what my idea is, why don't we get rid of the big couch? Because I think its time has come and gone. And why don't we consider moving the playground over to the other side of the tennis courts with the claimed space there and double the size of the dog park so that big dogs have ability to run, a lot of space. And the play structure being along the road there is very similar to what we have at Nealon Park. But I think we have, as I'm looking at this, if it's to scale, I think we have a bunch of frontage that's being claimed by something that I think is kind of an eyesore. So
can I know you're in, can I chime in there? Because this idea has, not this exact idea, but the fact that frontage area is like just not utilized has come to mind. I would not be in favor of moving the play structure to the front of the park. I think that there is some intimacy and it's away from some of the road noise that takes place like right there on Willow. And so I wouldn't be in favor of that. What I have thought of is this idea of having a dog park area in that front area. But then it does fence up along near the back there, what I think are private homes. And so I had some concern about or I'm sure that, those homeowners or the people residing in those homes would have concerns about all of a sudden, a dog park area opening up.
what if we did this then, Councilmember Combs, because I want to address your concerns about more intimacy for the park. What if we were to change the configuration of the parking so that it didn't go so deep into the park, but rather went into that frontage of the reclaimed space? So if we're looking at the diagram, you see that there's this parking that goes along the side of the tennis courts. We took that, oh, I lost it. And it goes along the front of the tennis courts. Oh, well, you can see it on your screen, but basically you turn the parking so it's now in the front of the tennis courts, and that area becomes green space that you could then move play structure into, so it's away from the road, and it gives you a lot more space for a dog park. I'm just saying conceptually, I mean, basically what I'm saying is I think there's a lot more space to play with here if we're willing to move parking around and get rid of and I know, as you do, that there are the sentiments expressed by Paloma are shared by a lot of residents with respect to that park. And so I'm trying to figure out a way to expand the size of it. And I think if you look at the configuration here, you could turn this sideways, the place, this place sideways, this would be green, parking be here, and you get a lot more dog park in the corner.
I would not be in favor of moving the play structure or the play area. I just want to, there's a direct link between where that is and Gilbert. It is sort of the central part of the park. It's right across from the play school. And so I'm not in favor of moving the play structure. I'm in favor of ideas that expands the dog park area, okay. But then I want to be clear that like as we pursue this, I went because the issue and concerns around funding was something that staff or certainly the city manager at the time had expressed to me, and which are still present, given that now we're saying that like we're going to look at things at highest priority. And so I'll let the city manager chime in. Sure.
I didn't mean to interrupt the dialogue amongst the council members, but I would appreciate the opportunity for the Public Works Director to qualify that one statement. It's a carryover from a previous slide, and that predates the council's recent issuance of Measure T bond money. So that's just a unfortunate carryover typo. I apologize for that.
Okay, totally. All right. So that issue is resolved. But some of the approach was to get what were necessary fixes, some additional amenities, without making the park project so large that then it faced more challenges. Because in an ideal situation, what you would probably do is just move the tennis courts to Willow. Right, you would push those over to Willow, and then that would so you get rid of your couch structure and all other stuff. You have to level that field, and you push that all to Willow, and then you have like a more expansive, intimate park space that's not sort of separated out by the tennis courts. And tennis courts, I think is given that they're like covered up and I think it's easier to put that usage on Willow and then have like a more expansive park space area where you have like the dog park or a larger dog park area and the play structure. But that was going to be a lot more costly of a project. And I do think I also, and you're correct, Councilmember Mueller, that Paloma's sentiment is expressed. But the thing at the end of it is expressed by others in the community. But I think at the end of the day, the dog park, we don't have enough room to expand it to the size of that open playing field. And people are always going to look at that open playing field, and they're always going to say that that's where I want my dog to run free. And so I think by even doubling the dog park size, I think and you take over the play structure area, I think you're still going to get those issues. You're still going to get people saying that it's not enough, and why can't my dog go into the playing area? And so I don't know that you actually really resolve the issue unless you can completely replicate that playing field with an expansive free off-leash dog park area.
Okay, so I'm going to try one more time because I'm thinking now. I'm looking at because the other thing I hear from dog park folks a lot is they don't like mixing the little dogs with the big dogs. They hate that. And so what if you were to take that parking lot and put it in front of the tennis courts and get rid of the big couch? Sorry, I don't know what else to call it. And then take the reclaimed land here and put in a second long dog park for the big dogs and keep that other one for the little ones. And so all you're doing is just moving parking and then putting in a long like run for dogs. Big dogs. So
you're putting parking where the couch is right now.
Right. Because I look at this and I've always thought a long driveway like that is just not a good use of land. And so if you take it and you put the parking here in front, right off, you reclaim all of this land for park. And we could just take that and put a long dog run in there. And that would be, I think that would be, and then you could have a small dog park and a large dog park. So I don't know if that's something, but we're interested in. I'm just trying to problem solve, but I also I hate looking at this park design with this big long parking lot. So, because it's just, there's space here to do stuff with for people.
I mean, again, I'm all for it. But the issue is not the space. The issue has been the money, right? And so, like, for me, where I couldn't even get 2 new picnic tables, like, right? And I have adjusted and engaged staff based on that reality. I want to see what the response at this moment is to, like, okay, let's get rid of the cow structure. Let's level that space in front of the in front of the tennis courts. Put it at grade, throw in some asphalt, turn it into a parking lot. Make sure that it's all ADA accessible, and then recover up the current parking structure. Create some sort of like landscaping that's attractive for dogs. Fence in that dog area. And then, yeah, I mean, I'm all for it, but I'm not for a project that doesn't happen.
Let me get Vice Mayor Willison into the mix.
Thank you, Mayor Nash and colleagues, for your interesting conversation. I am thrilled that Willow Oaks is getting this much needed makeover. I was looking back at my calendar, and in 2016, actually our interim city manager, Justin Murphy, had joined me and some others on a bike ride where I was showing them how the 2 Laurel campuses are problematic to get between. I showed them the path and the park and the parking lot at, then it was the German American School, then the Alto School. So I am just so grateful that Councilmember Combs kind of picked up that that concept and that project and really ran with it and championed it. And I do think that Willow Oaks Park needs a good makeover. And from my understanding, you know, it's one that needs to happen, one that's been people have been waiting for it for a really, really long time. So I know that the ideas being presented right now are really interesting, but I would just caution, knowing how long things can take, tinkering with it at this stage might not get us there for much longer. And the other points that I just wanted to point out were accessibility. I've heard a comment about the rubberized treatment and getting to the friendship swing, and that's great that has that access, but that some kids with different abilities might actually want to get on the other swings, and that the tan bark or the rubberized tan bark there might be problematic. So just to take another look at that and see if that whole swing area can be accessible. And then one of the other things that I've always noticed, and I took, again, interim city manager Murphy on a long time ago, was the path that goes out to Gilbert. And I see that it's being widened, which is fantastic. It's going to have a bollard, but and this is more for city staff than for the park consultants, but there's always been like a pop-out feature where cyclists or kids, especially on bikes, trying to get from the park or cut through to over by like Marmona and Gilbert, they'll come out of the park and kind of just pop into traffic. So I don't know if there's any way to have some signage, or especially for the cars on Gilbert, like flashing lights or something. It's always really made me nervous, that pop-out feature. But I'm thrilled that this is getting attention, and I would encourage us to kind of not let perfect be the enemy of really, really, really good here. But that's my recommendation. But if others have more of an appetite for redesign, I'm just cognizant of how long this has been in the works. Thanks so much.
Councilmember Combs.
Oh, I didn't hear me.
Councilmember Mueller.
Yeah, so to my colleagues, what I would suggest to you is that it's not one or the other, because what I've been trying to solve can be done in phases. Because So the first phase can be all of these improvements, and then the second phase can be the moving of the parking lot, and they're getting rid of the couch to repurpose the land. So it doesn't have to be all at once or all or nothing. Parking lot is hardscape that's not affected by the other areas of improvement. And the area where the couch is an area not affected by improvement. So the city could go forward with all of the improvements put here, but then begin to embark on a secondary phase where it would move the parking lot and look at adding another dog park. So I would offer that for consideration.
I would be 100% supportive of that.
So I would also be supportive of that. I, as someone who used to use that dog park very, very regularly, I can say that it will be small if we actually are taking the current dog park, which was small to begin with, and now having it so that we have half small dogs and half large, maybe not half, but part small dogs, part large dogs. That is, I think if we could find another solution, as Councilmember Mueller is suggesting, that would be a good idea. I am concerned that fencing off the field actually makes it more attractive to dog owners, because it is now a fenced off area and people don't have to worry about their dogs taking off. So that I think that it would be a wise choice to take a second look at the dog park area if there's any way to expand it. But I'm also, I guess to Councilmember Combs's concern, I certainly would be willing to look at putting more of the Measure T money toward Willow Oaks Park. I think that that would be a very good use of the money. And Public Works Director Nagaya.
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So I was just going to pull up the site plan that showed the Willow Oaks Park layout to just point out a couple of things. So I think just to orient everyone, the couch structure is in this general area, kind of in the grove of trees. And the dashed lines that you can kind of see faintly on the map here, running through the parking lot and down towards the intersection with Pope, that is a property line. And so the Ravenswood City School District actually owns this portion of the land underlying the park improvements. And so we would need to consult with them if they would be willing to entertain use of that space for dog park or other uses beyond access to the park as it's currently laid out. So it's certainly something, especially as Councilmember Mueller described, that we could explore in later phases of improvements. But that property ownership does mean that it's not fully within the city's control to define exactly how that space is used as we go forward. And then there are also a number of large utility lines that we need to look at. There's some electrical equipment and other things in this area that is parallel to Willow Road. So just some constraints on the site that we would need to fully flesh out as we go forward with any sort of additional improvements beyond what's shown here too.
So given what you've heard tonight, what would you like us to, are you looking for a decision on both Burgess and Willow Oaks? Obviously that's the best of all scenarios. Given what you've heard tonight, and the time, what are you looking for, or what would be beneficial?
Yeah, so we were seeking approval of the concept plan so that we could give the calendar team direction to move forward with construction documents, so we could proceed into more detailed design, any environmental clearance and permitting, and then ultimately construction as quickly as possible. That said, I think if the council wants some additional design work on options that might look to expand the dog park based on what we've heard tonight, I think we can take that under consideration and potentially do some additional master planning work in parallel with that process, so that we're continuing to make progress on the construction work towards construction at Willow Oaks, and simultaneously looking to see if there are any other longer term ways that we could gain some dog park space. And then, yes, ideally we were seeking to move forward both with Burgess Park as well as Willow Oaks. We do see some potential cost savings by moving the projects together in parallel, both from the design cost perspective, as well as then construction bidding and construction. Being able to build both at the same time gives us some overall efficiencies of scale. So I think but ultimately we will proceed at the council's direction. So if you want to hold off on Willow Oaks Park, then, or excuse me, if you would like to hold off on Burgess Park, then we can regroup and figure out a path forward on when we'd be able to bring that back. I would suspect at this point in time, it's probably not until July at the earliest, given your upcoming meeting schedules for the rest of May and June.
Councilmember Combs.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Nash. So again, I would like to move and respecting Councilmember Taylor's desire to bifurcate or to separate out Willow Oaks from Burgess. So I'll just focus on Willow Oaks. And I would like to move forward with, or at least offer to my colleagues that I would like a vote on moving forward with sort of approving the concept designs, so we could, so that this staff has authority to move to the next phase in this process towards construction. Again, I would be, and someone move the map up or the plan, but even still, I just want to point out that, like, I don't think you get a larger dog park area in the parking lot than what you have now. And so what you have now is a scenario where people say, I'm going to take my dog to the field. And so I don't think that, like, you'll have two similarly sized dog parks. I don't know that it removes the enticement and the disappointment as it relates to not being able to use the playing field. So yeah, like, I honestly, if I'm looking at this photo now, I think the dog park area you get out of that parking lot is actually going to be smaller than the dog park area right now. And so like, again, and it's going to be right next to that field, like, right, that field just continues to remain enticing. And so that being said, I mean, I don't know, and I'm like open to the exploration, but I'm not open to the exploration that sort of stalls the process, because I think that it's unlikely that we're going to end up in a better place, or with a sort of a panacea to the situation that we're facing. So I know Councilmember Mueller wants to talk, but I just want to put a motion on the table regarding the Willow Oaks Park, that we approve the concept designs and instruct staff to move to the next phase, so that construction documents can be prepared.
Thank you. Councilmember Mueller.
Yeah, so I just would, I would suggest that looking at this, you could have, well, obviously 2 dog parks is better than 1. So, and it looks like it'd be a pretty long dog park compared to the one that they're going to get. So, but I don't care. Like, it's honestly, it's not in my district. And I offered that, I'm just offering, I think it could be done in phases. I don't want to hold up the first phase. And if people aren't interested in trying to do a second phase tonight, it's an idea for a future night. So it's fine. I was just trying to problem solve.
I mean, I would be like adding on to my motion, I'm certainly, again, I'm open to and we be supportive of giving staff the direction of exploring a second phase that would look to you know, an additional dog park. Like maybe you can actually get a dog park area in that front, an additional dog park area just in that front area where the couch is, like, right? And so then you wouldn't even have to worry about the issue of then engaging Ravenswood School District. Of course, then to the Public Works Director's point, there may be utility and other issues that come into play. But so I wouldn't want to be too prescriptive, but I certainly am open to the idea of some looking at additional, again, looking at some utilization of that space in front of the tennis courts that fronts Willow, whether it is for you know, moving the parking lot there, or it's for, again, using that space as a, you know, as another dog park. So I mean, so I'm definitely okay with that, that additional direction.
Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify with Councilmember Combs, does the motion include the resurfacing of the courts?
It doesn't, only because I'm okay. Tell me what that, if Ms. Nagaya or someone can tell me what that would entail, or like, would that in any way slow the process? I'm supportive of resurfacing the courts or some refurbishment of the tennis courts, but I don't want it to the extent to which it would slow the process we're on.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Combs and Councilmember Taylor. So right now the plans show that we would be resurfacing the existing basketball court, and then I think in general our overall maintenance practices would be to also, the tennis courts are in need of resurfacing as well. So I think, while I'm just double checking the plans, I don't think it's called out on the plans themselves to be resurfaced. And what's before you tonight, they are nearing the end of their life and in need of resurfacing. So I think we can look at that as part of the work coming up. And I think we'll need to evaluate whether we do it as part of the bidding work on this project, or do it in parallel as a separate project, but we can take a look at that as we proceed.
Thank you.
So I will second your motion. Actually, I will second the motion.
And does staff have an understanding of the motion? Do they want to? I mean, obviously, the first part is an approval of what the direction you sought, and then the second part is to explore some utilization of the space in front of the tennis courts that fronts Willow, for either movement of the parking lot there, or for some usage as maybe an additional dog park area.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay.
And I just want to say, I would like to briefly discuss Burgess after we finish with this. City Clerk Sharon, would you please restate the motion and call for a vote?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Nash. So I have a motion on the floor by City Council Member Combs and a second by Mayor Nash to approve the concept plans for the park improvement project for Willow Oaks Park and direct staff to explore an additional dog park area or parking. Any further City Council question or discussion?
I guess my one comment would be, I don't know that it's specifically a dog park where the other areas, or is that your intent? I'm fine either way.
No, just explore some additional usage of that area for an additional dog park or a parking lot or the
or anything else.
or anything else. Yeah, just additional exploration of that space.
Okay, so and then direct staff to explore for additional usage. Perfect. All right. Any further city council question or discussion? Seeing none, by roll call vote. City Council Member Combs?
Yes.
City Council Member Mueller?
Yes.
City Council Member Taylor?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Willison?
Yes.
Mayor Nash?
Yes.
And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. Given the time and we're still we still have another item, I'm wondering from staff how important it is to address this Burgess portion of this, and from council members, the appetite for doing that.
I am myself, I'm pretty tired, to be honest.
Would you like staff to
Yes,
you're
I would.
pulling
Thank you.
Yeah, I think as was articulated, the early, unless the council wants it to come back as a consent item, I think the earliest it'd be coming back would be July, and then we'd probably lose some of the efficiencies of designing, but that's totally fine. I mean, that's just a trade-off.
Does anyone want to pull it into discussion right now? Councilmember Taylor.
I saw Vice Mayor Willison had her hand up first.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Willison.
I don't have a lot of feedback for this one, so I'd be very quick on this, and I'm just concerned about delaying it in the economies of scale. But if other people have big issues with this one, then it should wait. But yeah.
Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you. One of the reasons why I wanted the two items separated is because I believe it's not just Burgess Park that needs to be looked at, that there's a couple of other parks in the city. So I'm not sure if I can talk about this in depthly, but I wanted to separate them to talk about that it's Burgess Park and a couple other parks that need some infrastructure attention.
How would the city manager like to handle this? Is it worth a discussion if it's opening up other parks?
I would just say, based off of I can point back to Willow Oaks, that's been in the works for 7+ years, over about 8 different project managers involved with it. So yeah, we'll if you're going to be increasing scope and expectations of things, I think that's coming back in July at the earliest. And again, don't know who will be kind of leading various efforts at that point in time, but yeah, I would say it's a July timeframe.
Well, I would state I join Vice Mayor Willison in saying that if it's advantageous to move this forward right now, I have very few. Well, actually, I don't have any questions about the Burgess Park. Is there Councilmember Combs?
No, I don't have any feedback on Burgess or any concerns, other than I will stipulate I did not see it as the same or as part of the Willow Oaks project, and so the extent to which I have no visibility into what Councilmember Taylor is asserting, that there are other play structures in the city that therefore she thinks should be looked at, because the scenario is similar to Burgess, but then dissimilar to Willow Oaks, and that there is no connection there. But I don't have any objection to the Burgess structure or to discussing it, and I won't have questions that will take us to 1 o'clock in the morning. But that's where I'm at.
Thank you. And I guess I would just clarify, I am interested in learning about the other parks. I'm just concerned about losing any momentum on the Burgess Park, which seems like it's fairly well along. Councilmember Mueller, would you like to weigh in on this? Or I guess you have by saying.
I mean, yeah, I'm tired. I'm sad because I look at those pictures of Burgess the way it is now. That's where I lived near there and had my kids. Took my kids to that park numerous times, but it's time for it to change. So I was prepared just to vote for it tonight and be done. So I didn't have any. I don't have any of the other same considerations that we're trying to do for the other parks. So if people want to make a motion to move it forward, I can move it forward.
Yeah, I was going to chime. I'm not making a motion, but I was going to chime in that yeah, someone can make a motion, and that maybe in that motion they should make an effort to respond to the concerns that Councilmember Taylor has given voice to.
I guess I'm wondering, could we move this forward with the caveat that we want to hear more about the other parks, but we don't want to totally disengage this one at this point? In other words, can we have our cake and eat it too?
Yes, totally. In terms of other potential parks, and the Public Works Director was just about to come on, so maybe I'll let her respond.
Public Works Director Nagaya.
I missed the cue of who the question was for by not being in the room. So
thank you.
Yeah, I think overall, yeah, we'd be happy to hear feedback about other park requests that may be needing attention as well. I think in terms of overall priorities, as the council is well aware, we have a long list of capital projects that are in need of attention. And these two parks, in addition to Nealon, where the playground was updated in 2019, were the highest priority projects identified from a 2015 playground inspection that was completed. So that's why these three were prioritized first. And a number of the urgent issues across all the playgrounds were addressed by staff as part of those audits. But I think in general, there are more needs than we have resources to handle at any given moment, but raising them is definitely the way that we can make sure they're on our radar and we start to plan for the next wave of parks capital projects as we proceed forward, both in looking at the use of Measure T bond funds remaining, as well as any recreation in lieu fees that come in through development projects as well. So yeah, we're happy to take requests for additional projects, but in terms of the speed at which we can begin them, that will be something we need to flesh out as part of the capital improvement program as we move into next year.
So I will make the motion to proceed with the Burgess Park with the additional direction that we would like to have. The Councilmember Taylor will present another list of parks of concern, and we will get a response from staff as far as what there will be a discussion. I'm looking at interim city manager, because you're here, you get the questions. How do we pose this? Any suggestions for posing the motion? Essentially approving the park, Burgess Park, but considering with other considerations, just making sure that we hear the other considerations for other parks.
Correct.
Councilmember Mueller.
Yeah, I mean, I'll support the motion because I just want to point out to the council, like I've made this motion multiple times with respect to Sharon Park when we talked about these funding, how we were spending Measure T bonds, and no one was interested in talking about it. And so now tonight we're doing this at this hour, and Councilmember Taylor's doing it, and now people are willing to talk about it. And I don't really understand what the difference is, candidly. I'm getting tired.
City Clerk Sharon, would you please state the motion and call for a vote?
I'm pending a second, but I can restate the motion. Do we have a second, or should I restate the motion?
Yeah, can I, I will second. And just so I'm understanding, like in the addition to the motion was this idea that staff would get further clarity from Councilmember Taylor on this. Can I add that they will also get further clarity from, or also add Sharon Park, like, right, no need for other clarity, but whatever list that you get from Councilmember Taylor, that Sharon Park will be added to that list. And so, and that's my friendly amendment. Do you accept it, Mayor Nash?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, so I have a motion by Mayor Nash and a second by City Council Member Combs to approve the concept plans for the park improvement project for Burgess Park and direct staff to return with other considerations for park improvements, including Sharon Park. Any further City Council question or discussion? Seeing none, by roll call vote, City Council Member Combs.
Yes.
City Council Member Mueller.
Yes.
City Council Member Taylor.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Willison.
Yes.
Mayor Nash.
Yes.
And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
And can I just add one or two quick things? Again, I want to make sure staff got my direction about the play structure that, you know, I wanted to have a roof. We want roofs there. And the other thing is that it would really be nice if at the under end of this renovation, we actually had some signage that regarding the field that sort of stipulated that, like, this field is actually owned by Ravenswood City School District, and it is it's for the exclusive use of the school during this hours, and it's for it is open to the general public during this hours, so that we can have some transparency about that field and when it, and obviously you should put on there, there are already signs that says you can't have off-leash dog activities, which is stipulated in the contract. We can say that too. I know this is a long sign, but I think that's something we should consider. Thank you. And thank you, my council colleagues. I know you've heard me talk about this for a long time, and hopefully you don't have to hear me talk about it anymore.
Thank you. Informational items. Informational items are transmitted to the City Council in staff's effort to provide an update on matters of importance to the City Council. Informational items are not action items. However, a City Council member, city staff member, or a member of the public may request to make a comment or ask a question on any of the informational items. City Clerk Sharon, do we have any public comment on the informational items?
Thank you, Mayor Nash. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on our informational items, J1, City Council agenda topics, or J2, pilot project for the neighborhood access to Bellhaven School Field, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9 now. And our first speaker will be Pam Jones.
Thank you, Pam Jones. Thank you, Council. I have a question about J2. I was looking at the information about the usage of property, and it, according to the master plan, as well, excuse me, several other projects, Willow Oaks, Oak Knoll, La Entrada, Hillview, as well as Upper and Laurel School are all part of the joint use agreements. And the latest one I could find was in a 2015 report, and they were from 2004. And we've also spent money on 3 of these schools, which tells me that, yes, there is already an agreement. Oak Knoll, it was under 200,000. Encinal, which is in Atherton, that was 28,000. And La Entrada, that was just under 300,000. And so why we would have to do something special in order to be able to use a park or land in a community that pays taxes to the Ravenswood City School District, the other areas don't. as well as to the city of Menlo Park. And then we're going to call it some kind of pilot project. It just concerns me about what this really means. So what I would request is that every single park that we have that's joint with the schools that has exactly the same kind of measure that we're going to do with the Bellhaven, with the Ravenswood City School District Park that is in the Bellhaven neighborhood. Parity, that's all we're looking at. Parity is that all I'm asking for, rather than having a whole to-do when a request from the community has been asked for years to be able to use the Bellhaven school field. And particularly the tennis court and the lock on that to the outside has been closed for so long, it is rusted, and the only way you'd be able to get it open would be to cut it off. So anyway, that is my concern, and that is my request. Do the same thing for every single joint use park. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Final call for public comment on our information items J1 and J2. Seeing no further hands, Mayor Nash may continue.
Thank you, and thank you for the public comment. Are there any city council questions on any of the information items? Thank you. It is now time for the city manager's report. I'd like to introduce interim city manager, Justin Murphy.
Hello, thank you. I have no updates for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any reports from city council members since the April 26th city council meeting? I would just like to note, one, was news this afternoon that Menlo Spark and their, I'm sorry, I should get my notes out at this late date. Essentially, what they put in a proposal for $1 million grant to the ICLEI, to the, it's a sustainability environmental group, and they are one of approximately 20 finalists in the nation, and will now be going ahead to the next level. This is for work in Menlo Park, and it's very exciting, and we'll know more about it as it's supposed to be announced tomorrow. And so we will be learning more about it and proceeding with the competition. Thank you. Any other? All right. At this point, let's take 2 minutes while we decide what's happening with the closed session. I will be at midnight. We will take 1 minute. We will be right back.
Having our city council back on our in-person and virtual dais, Mayor Nash, you may reconvene the meeting.
Thank you. We will continue the closed session item to a future meeting, and we'll now adjourn the meeting. Thank you very much.